guidance. We pray that the love that is yours is what we can show for everyone else. And allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Council, we have before us, and those of you in the audience, we have before us an agenda. We're now in Roman numeral 4, additions and deletions to the agenda. The first thing I would ask, is there anyone who signed up for a scheduled public comment? Okay. The next thing before we move forward is additions to the agenda. Is there anyone present who is not on the agenda who would like to speak? Okay, let me make a note here. Mickey? Okay. Mickey Street. Smith, I'm sorry. All right. And who else? Wanda? All right. Who else? Raise your hand, please. Okay. Sharon? Who else? Rick? Okay. Who else, please? Morgan? And who else, please, would like to speak who is not on the agenda? Is there anyone present, before we close this part, is there anyone present who is not on the agenda who would like to speak under unscheduled public comments? Seeing no other persons, we will add these to the minutes as they are approved. And I would like to say, when people speak, this is unscheduled public comments. We ask that, for the respect of everyone present, that these comments be contained to 3 minutes. Jordan, would you please keep the time on that?
Sure.
Thank you. And as we go along, please, members of council and everyone here, as you speak, please be sure to use your microphone because it makes record keeping much easier, and we do appreciate it a lot. Thank you very much. Okay, now we have these folks. I've got Mickey, Wanda, Sharon, Rick, and Morgan. Okay. All right. We have first here authorization to pay the bills for January. Everyone should have in front of them a check register. So let's make sure you have that. And is there any questions about the check register? I'm sorry. I was looking at it the wrong way, Jan. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Any additions or deletions to the agenda? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented with the people who are going to speak under the unscheduled public comments?
So moved.
Jan makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And Gary makes a second. Is there any discussion on this motion? May we have a roll call vote, please, Susan? Thank you.
Seth,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
Thank you, council. It is unanimous. We have an agenda. All right, so now we're on Roman numeral 4. A, authorization to pay the bills for January. Are there any questions or comments about the check register?
Mr. Mayor, I just had a question.
Yes, sir.
So I see a line item like to pay for the basketball shirts. Is there a separate account for that money? Like when they take up money for the rec league basketball, does that come into the town council? I'm just curious. I've always wondered how that works.
Is
It
there a
comes
number
into the
on it,
general
Seth?
fund.
To the general
And
fund.
it comes into the general fund, and then it goes out from the general fund. Now, one of the things you'll see when we present budget in just a couple of months is that you'll see the revenue for departments. So when departments charge user fees to be able to play basketball and other things, we want to make sure that we show where that is, so we can show the correspondence of how much is subsidized from the rest of the general fund and how much is brought in by user fees.
Okay.
Don't think that's been done in the past, but that's one of the things I want to do with the budget. But it does come into the general fund and go out of the general fund.
Okay, thank you.
See, I think, was there a number on that?
Yeah, it was
For the record.
15069 from the first. initial packet.
15069?
Yeah,
Okay, just for the record. Thank you, Seth.
thank you.
Okay. J&W Screen Printing. Okay, are there any other questions regarding the check register?
I have one, Mayor.
Gary?
15076.
Okay.
That was
Berkeley
For
Group?
Berkeley Group.
Okay.
I thought in January, if I'm not mistaken, we had them paid up in full.
There was, that is, there was the interim manager worked one day in November, and so this is for that one day in November. There was a misunderstanding on that, so we had to make sure we get that taken care of. This will be, to the best of my understanding, the last check we will
Okay.
take.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary, and thank you, Jason. Any others? Questions? Members of council? Okay. There being no further questions regarding the check register, is there a motion to authorize the manager to pay the bills?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Seth makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Laura makes the second. Is there any discussion on this motion to authorize the town manager to pay our bills? There being no discussion, I would ask for a roll call vote, please, Susan.
Seth,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Next, we have minutes. We have minutes for the public hearing of January 9th, 2024, the regular scheduled meeting of January 9th, 2024. The special called meeting minutes are not ready, and we cannot approve those because they're not ready for presentation to the council. So what we're going to be considering tonight are the minutes for the public hearing of January the 9th, 2024, and the regular scheduled meeting minutes of January the 9th, 2024. Are there any questions, corrections, additions, or deletions to the minutes? Anyone?
Make a motion that we approve.
Okay, Rick makes a motion to approve the minutes. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All right, there is a second, and is there any discussion on this motion? Okay, there being no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Seth,
Mr. Mayor, I'll abstain since I wasn't a member of this council at that time.
Thank you.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
It is unanimous, and a note that Seth abstained because he was not a member. We appreciate that very much. It is unanimous. Thank you, council. All right, we have before us, the next item is scheduled public comments. We have no scheduled public speakers. We do have unscheduled public speakers, and again, I will ask that as each person comes to the podium, please make sure the microphone is on, and if you would please state your name for the record, it would be very helpful. And I will ask you to contain your comments to 3 minutes so as to be respectful for the agenda and everyone's time. Thank you. Mickey? Say when.
Testing, hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You're good.
Appreciate you giving me this opportunity. And I'm really excited to hear that there's going to be some new repaving in town and maybe improve the aesthetics of our area. But I'm not too excited to learn that East 2nd Street and Sycamore, are you hearing me?
Yes, we hear you.
And Sycamore Lane is not on there. The majority of the council have heard, did I say my name? Marguerite Smith, 524 Sycamore Lane. The majority of the council have heard me beg repeatedly for a solution to a major problem and concern that affects anyone who lives on East Second Street and Sycamore Lane in the Dalton Edition. Visitors and delivery people are astonished at the dilapidated street, neglected and trashy homes and yards they have to navigate to get onto Sycamore Lane. This area is known by most of the Dalton Edition. That's the area we're talking about. Our former full-time town manager actually admitted his disinterest when he stated to me nothing could be done to East Second Street because cars were parked there. Tell me if you think I'm wrong. Did that sound like he was seeking a solution? Never mind these citizens who are paying salaries to people in this town, and their perks and things that they, I can't read my writing. Anyway, he had previously paved every street in the Dalton Edition except East Second and Sycamore. On this street, there is allowed to be junk cars, a parked pleasure boat that has not been moved in 3 or 4 years, and this is a very narrow street that we must navigate. We have this problem every day as we come and go. I've asked before if Richlands Charter has codes that address these issues. Surely they have. And I have learned that we do have a code enforcer, and I have not been able to speak to her and hope to do so soon. One homeowner in that area has abandoned a house that is trashed and littered. Plus, there's piles and piles of old tires all over the property. There's an underground garage that she's put. I guess she's a hoarder. She brought a very nice house down the street, and now she's littering up that property. There are stray cats coming and going in and out the windows and doors of this house. And who knows how many other varmints.
Mickey, thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Mayor Curry.
Yes.
I just wanted to point out to you, Ms. Smith, that the reason that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the reason that East Second and Sycamore aren't on the paving list is because the VDOT money that we have to use to pave has to be certain roads, like VDOT maintained roads. I know you have been here before. I don't think you've been here with the new town manager. So I am going to ask if you will take that over and get with her and Chief Holt and see what we can do, because I went down just joyriding the other day down East Second. My mom grew up on East Second, and we were appalled by how it was as well. So
I would note also that this evening you're going to be awarding the first contract off of your VDOT. That won't be the last. Our goal is to be able to hit both Kents Ridge and Virginia Avenue first. I was not as aware of Second and Sycamore, but those are two of our larger roads that need repair. Our goal over the next year to 2 years is to begin starting to do top coats and slurry coats over an awful lot of our secondary roads. I will be very quick to be out and take a look at that, and hopefully have an answer here in the coming weeks and months.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Our homes on Sycamore have been divided. One man has tried to sell his, and 2 people looked at it and said they're not interested, and they come down that street.
I'm terribly sorry that that's happened.
Yeah.
We'll be out to be able to have discussions with you shortly.
Yeah.
If you wouldn't mind sharing your contact information in the back of the room, I'll be back there in just a second.
I want to make a comment too, Mickey. I think so many people, and I'm in agreement with you, want the town to look better, not only for our personal aesthetics, but for resale value. Thank you. Okay. Wanda?
The first thing I want to ask, and I notice it's on the agenda for the forensic audit, but on that audit, a lot of invoices were not turned in for months. And I'm wondering, is that a supervisor responsibility to gather those at the end of each month? Do y'all know? It is. So, we didn't just have a problem with getting the invoices in, but we didn't have a supervisor that actually followed up on that stuff. And I really think that for us to do things properly, they really need to do that, and possibly on those invoices, give them 10 days or whatever to turn that invoice in after work is completed. I don't know how any supervisor could sign off on a 6-month-old invoice and say that they checked it and the work was done and that it was approved. So that's one thing which it's on here, so y'all might address that, I'm not sure. The other thing is the teen center, and I know we don't have a lot of control over the teen center except we give them a building in, but they did come for funds last year, and we were glad that we could help them. But I have heard that there was somebody fired from there that had maybe actually taken money. And I don't know, that's alleged. I'm not sure who or how much or whatever. But I had talked to Jordan by messenger, just asking why don't the town encourage them to bring that into the rec park and use our resources at both places, open it to the public instead just a few, and then I think we'd have a little bit more oversight, and if they need help, we would feel more confident in helping them. And that's just going by what I hear. I just think it would be a good idea for the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda. Sharon, if you'll state your name for the record, please, when you get up here. Thank you, Sharon.
Sharon Chenal, 335 Birmingham, Richlands. For those of you who have not met me, I started Friends for Tazewell County Community Cats back in 2022. And when I did that, I came before you all and said, hey, we're going to do a TNR program. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's trap, spay, neuter, vaccinate, and return of community cats. And these aren't necessarily feral cats. They're community cats that are living in colonies throughout Tazewell County. In our first year, we did 576 cats. Last year, we did 701 cats. One of the first places that I worked was the town barn. And I was called a week and a half ago and told that that colony had to be moved. I'm not in the relocation business because, number one, that's not a good thing for a colony of cats to be moved. A colony of cats that calls a place home, that is its home. The town barn has had a colony of cats for over 40 years, and I know that because I worked for the town prior to working for Social Security. That colony has been well maintained because that area there is what we call a vacuum effect. It has food, water, and shelter, and the area is a place that cats are always going to hibernate, whether those cats are born there or whether they are thrown out and just move into the area. We also have a wild area there of the ball fields, the town, and a community which also feeds cats into that environment. Some of those cats visit on a daily basis. Some of them may actually live there, or they may go back and forth. When I was asked to move this colony of cats, my first thought is, no, that's a bad idea because that's not what I do and it's not the right thing for the cats. I asked why, and I was told that it was a public safety issue for the employees because they were peeing and pooping on things. I offered tarps. I even offered to buy deterrents for the cats to keep them out of areas they may not want them. Even my agency would be willing to do that, and I was told that was not acceptable. The cats had to go. Either I took them or they took them. I didn't like that I took them or they took them process. Cats should not be moved from their colonies. The vacuum effect says they will be right back with a whole new set of cats in 6 months. I've got that colony cat down to about 15 cats, and 3 of those are kittens that somebody just dropped off. I will continue to work that colony. I will continue to move cats out of that colony that are friendly cats that I can get into rescue, which I have done over the years, and I want to continue to do that. That cat colony deserves to stay where it considers its home. I do not believe that cat is a danger to anybody working there. I talked to a couple of vets and said, what's the danger of this outdoor environment and these 15 cats? And they said, there's no danger. And I said, okay, so there's not a public health danger. No, there's not. There's not a public. They're vaccinated. They're ear-tipped. They've had their rabies. There's no unhealthy cats over there that would cause a health hazard to the community or the workers.
Sharon, thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate that very much. Thank
Would
you.
anybody like some information on my agency or the vacuum effect?
Sure, if
and
you'll
what-
spread that around, that would be very
I would
helpful.
really like you all to look at it, and I would really like to know what you all think, because I'm very concerned about the health and safety of the cats.
Okay. Okay, well, moving along. Rick? Oh, wait, Sharon's got more for us. Thank you. Just a moment, please. Oh, okay, good. Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Sharon. Okay. Thank you, Sharon. Appreciate that. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. May, the clerk let me know that she can't hear your microphone when you're speaking. Just a heads up.
Okay, Rick?
We won't have that problem with me. Now, I'm a cat lover too, and I know I don't look like a cat lover, but I am. And so what I'd like to do is give you a few facts. Richmond, and I've looked up a lot of things in the state of Virginia about cat colonies and feral cats. In Danville, they tried a program where they euthanized cats. And by the way, the only legal way you can euthanize a cat is take it to a vet, and they have to put it to sleep. It describes it in the law as to what is legal and what is not legal. Can't torture them, can't shoot them, can't do anything like that, can't move them, can't do anything because it's in the law. But anyway, they describe it in detail. So what they do is, anyway, they started and they had vets that would euthanize for them. In the first year they did that in 2007, they euthanized 3,443 cats, I believe. The next year they euthanized 3,400 cats. The next year after that, they euthanized 3,400 cats. Every year they euthanized about 3,500 cats.
Okay, we'll move on, and Rick or Laura or anyone, if you have any more messages, let me know, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Can we answer Morgan's question about the generator? Is he still here, Morgan?
I think he stepped outside.
Well, if Morgan comes back, I don't mind to answer his question.
Okay. We'll see how,
Where's
we'll
that?
take it in the order. Is that okay?
Yep,
All right,
thank
so we
you.
keep the agenda going. All right, thank you. All right, we're on Roman numeral 7, agenda items. Mr. Chuck Presley from the Tazewell County Board of Supervisors. Mr. Presley, please come.
How y'all doing?
Very good. How are you, sir?
Council
Welcome.
members, Mayor, I appreciate it. I just want to introduce myself. How you doing? It's been a long time.
Chuck.
I just want to introduce myself to you guys. You know, every time I've always heard about the supervisors, they're like, oh, Richlands and Bluefield, they hate each other. And last night it was interesting. I was talking to my accountant about the reassessments. And he was like, why are you going to Richlands? I said, if I don't understand what Richlands is going through, then I'm not doing my job. So I just want to be able to get with your town manager. I know you guys have bridge issues, you have waste issues, you have water issues, and being on the town council for 2 terms, I understand the pains you go through. This is not a easy job to do, especially when your budgets are tight. So I just want to introduce myself to everybody here in Richlands, and if you need any help, I'm friendly. I'm not playing that, oh, it's Richlands versus Tazewell versus Bluefield. So I just came here to introduce myself, and if you guys have any questions, let me know, because I believe the county can help you guys. It just needs to be more communication. So I came from Bluefield, and a lot of people were like, who cares about it? I'm like, hey, they're Southwest Virginia too, so we got to help them. So you guys got any questions for me or anything like that? Did I say anything wrong? At least you took Ron Holt away from us, so. They're wrong, by the way, so. You
We're
have any-
appreciative of Ron very much. Thank you, Chuck, and I appreciate your embracing feeling and encompassing and inclusionary. Sometimes, I understand what you're saying, we tend to be provincial, mostly in sports, but we have to move beyond that and talk what you're saying. We're more of a regional approach to things, and I think that's a very wise comment and a very prudent approach to your job, and we wish you the very best. And while you're at it, do you have a card you could share so I could reach you?
I have some, I don't have any new ones from my supervisor seat. I have some councilman cards, but I will get with your town manager and give it to you guys.
And you can distribute the contact
Like
information.
once a month, you guys reach out to me and say, hey, these are some issues we have. How can we do this? I can't promise you the world, but I can at least relay it to my other members.
We appreciate
So
that very much.
that's what I want to do.
You're from which district?
Bluefield, Virginia,
Okay, thank you.
Eastern.
Eastern
Eastern.
District. So I'm on the other side of the county. So I'm going to go to everybody else's council meetings and introduce myself to the people I don't know, so they know that someone's here to listen. So
Mayor, I do have a question for Chuck.
Yes.
Chuck, thank you for coming down. We do appreciate that. I know you guys are going through reassessment. I went through 2 while I was on the Board of Supervisors, and, I don't know, I'm sure you don't have any, it's a learning process. I've had a lot of phone calls, and I haven't had a chance to talk to you yet, but I've talked to some of the other members. What we tried to do was, we always tried to get to an almost net neutral position, and that probably means you're going to have to reduce the real estate tax burden. I know you've seen some of the numbers, and I heard you guys had a heated meeting, but
I posted the truth on Facebook. The county is, if the county operates at where it's operating right now, we're in a $4 million budget deficit. We have to correct that before July 1st.
right.
So
I know it's a tough process. It's always a tough process. Tough meetings, especially when you're new on the board, is very difficult. I had to chair some of those meetings, and I know that it's no fun. And at the end of the day, everybody that's called me, I've said, listen, the supervisors weren't out there assessing your property. They hired the same company we've hired 2 times before, and the assessments, and this is just me personally, I expected property values to go up. Now, some of the assessments that I had, they seem ridiculous, but there is just for all the folks here, the first step would be to get an appointment with the,
assessor,
it's the reassessment board.
assessment, the group that Wingate.
Okay. And so then once it goes through that process, you guys have a process to set up because you can challenge your assessed value and kind of go through that whole process. That's the first thing that I've told people, hey, here's the website, here's the phone number, whatever, you can step up and do that. But I don't envy you guys. I know it's a challenge. We have our own challenges budget-wise, and it's never an easy process. And what people don't understand is inflation's hitting your house, it's hitting the government too, and we all are trying to do more with less, and every single year you keep trying to do more with less, and it becomes more difficult to do that. But I just wanted to say that, and what happens to you guys also affects us on our assessed values. But we just look forward to that. If there's anything we can do, any support or help that we can offer. But again, I know you're in a tough situation, but try not to take it all in one fell swoop. That would be my only ask.
That the old supervisor Seth White, he's the one who caused all the problems.
That is not true. I was not on the board. I saw Eric's comments, and that was Travis Hackworth, who was representing my district during that time period.
Gotcha. No, but I'll keep you guys informed. Anytime you have questions, just reach out to me. Do you have a card? I'll grab one from you. So I appreciate what you guys do, because I've been in that seat, so I know sometimes it's not fun. So you try your best. So I appreciate it.
Thank you
Thanks
again.
for coming,
We really
Chuck.
appreciate you.
Thanks,
Thank
Chuck.
you. Safe travels. Okay, we're on Roman numeral 7, item B, Creative Communities, CART. Who would like to speak on behalf of CART? Ginger?
How's everybody tonight?
Fine, thank
At
you.
least could smile.
Hi, Ginger.
I'm here once again to request funding, the matching funding for the Creative Partnership Grant, which used to be the Government Challenge Grant, for those of you who are new. And it's a matching grant, kinda, 55 for the town of Richlands and 45 for the Virginia Commission for the Arts. So I'm asking for that request. I've already talked to Jason, and I extended assistance with that grant to him, if y'all will approve that tonight.
Ginger, have you submitted the
I have.
application
I
online?
hope you have the information that I sent in. The application really was not in fitting with what the CART organization is, because it's for 24-25, another fiscal year, so I have no receipts. I can't give
Right.
receipts for something that hadn't happened yet.
Right. We asked for it tonight. I think the idea of it is to approve this in our upcoming budget, and so that is my understanding. And am I incorrect?
No, that's my understanding, was that council was asking to be able to get all of the requests from the nonprofits in the community during the month of January. That way we have those as we go to be able to create the budget, as opposed to having sporadic requests throughout the course of the year.
Thank you, Ginger.
Well, my only problem is I'm doing contracts now, because they're due for me to be able to get secure money through the Virginia Commission for the Arts for the touring assistance. That application is due April 1st.
Okay.
So if I don't hear anything by April 1st, I have to assume that you are going to not fund us.
I can't say, because we haven't established that, but I can speak to this. The town has supported CART for many years, and while I can only speak for me, I can't imagine that we wouldn't, but that is a part of the process. And I really do understand your position, and we hope that you and CART understand ours.
I certainly
Thank you,
do.
Ginger.
But
Thank
just understand that the town of Richlands is the only community in the past 37 years that has continued this government challenge grant, which is a creative partnership grant
Yes.
now. The
We
only
do.
one in the Commonwealth.
And it gives us a unique privilege and a unique responsibility, and also we're the beneficiaries of all the good that CART does.
Yes.
And we are
Right.
very appreciative of that. Thank you.
All right, so you cannot give me a decision one way or another,
No,
you
ma'am.
know? I mean,
No.
can you give me at least an inkling as to what that whole situation might be for me
The
and
only
the
thing,
organization?
Ginger, the only thing I can tell you is the protocol has been established, and it has changed. We used to be able to do this on the spot, but the vote of the council was to have a process whereby everyone who is asking for any kind of money from the town of Richlands, including CART or any other entity, has to fill out the application, which you have done. And once those are considered, we will be informing you as quickly as possible. And if I give you an inkling, I don't want to speak out of turn in my position as the mayor, nor personally. So I can't say until the council's established those things. So the only inkling I can give you is hope. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right.
Mr.
So
May.
is it an opportunity for me to come next month and approach the town council again?
You can, absolutely, you can come. Absolutely. Please do.
Okay.
Mr. May, just maybe to help Ginger, do you know when have we determined when our first budget meetings will be?
So we have a strategic planning retreat scheduled for March the 23rd, and then budget is prepared to do the presentation on April the 16th.
Okay. So, Ginger, the only thing I would say is I know that, and I wasn't here, but the will of what I'm getting from the council is they want to put everything in, be able to work that into the budget. I mean, and CART has been in the town of Richlands budget for 37 years?
37 years.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think that's a good indication that, it's something that would continue. But, I mean, I'm just one vote, everybody up here is. But, we'll be working through those budget processes and sessions, and I think we're going to know pretty quickly where we are, and if we're not able to fund things, I mean, I think we would let you know that as soon as possible, but.
The
Now,
inkling that
can
you're
that
talking
decision
about,
be
hold
made
on,
before
Ginger.
April 1st?
Ginger, just a minute, please. The inkling that you're talking about, Seth is alluding to, so I can help you just a little bit. As soon as we have our budget retreat and we've worked in all the applications for people who do want money, may be able to reach out to you. I think it'd be improper for me personally, or any member of council, because we wouldn't have a formal vote, but it might be once we have an inkling of what we're doing with the money. I would certainly hope personally that we can do this, but I would hope that the town manager will be able to indicate to you that it's going to be or it's not going to be. I certainly hope it will be, but I can't go any further, and I don't think any council person could. We're operating under the current protocol.
Understand.
Thank you, Ginger.
Not acceptable, but understand.
Well, we do understand both ways. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good one, Ginger. Okay. All right. Thank you, Ginger. And we always wish CART the best. Elaine, you represent CART. Would you like to say anything?
Yes.
You're the president of CART, is that right?
Yes, I am. Elaine is president. Yes. Doug is vice president, and Barbara Cook is board of director.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody.
I'm sorry, I'm heading to Tazewell.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead,
I'm
Elaine.
Elaine Thigpen Smith Holmes, and I have a couple of different positions. One as the CART president, and another one as a former teacher. And as a former teacher, I think that CART is wonderful. Laura could probably tell you that kids would get excited when they get on the bus and go up to the middle school and see the performances. We had so many different kinds of performances. Of course, our CART program is geared towards all age levels, but we try to get in the schools. Now, we've had COVID, we've had one thing after another, we've had construction in our schools, and we haven't been able to get in the schools like we wanted to. But any time that we can motivate students and excite students about the arts, we want to do it. Like I said, Noah Spencer, look at him. He was on television. Look at Ellen Elms and the murals that she's created. Geographically, we are isolated in some ways. Now, a lot of us can go to Knoxville or we can go to Richmond and see things that we would like to see. But a majority of our students, and I will use the word majority of our students and families, cannot travel those distances. That's why it's so important that we have CART programs in our community. And if you had been at the one that we had previously, just a couple of weeks ago, it was a physical type of presentation. And these people were strong. They were very strong. But what interested me was when I saw the children during the break go up there and move, see some of the movements that they made after this, just the beginning of the program. They were kids that are in soccer, they're in ballet, they're in gymnastics. And our programs are geared towards different people, different interests. We have a lot of artists that are singers, artists that are also have chamber music. We have a variety. And I will tell you one more thing. I watched one of our programs several years ago here in Richlands, and of course I just have a single membership. Well, a friend of mine invited me to Charlottesville to see the same program. And I want you to know that I paid double the price to go to Charlottesville to see the same program. The cost of our programs are so reasonable here in our community that when you go somewhere else, if you go to Barter, if you go to some of these other places, you're going to pay double what you pay here. So again, I'd just like to encourage you to support CART. Thank you.
Elaine, thank you. Before you leave, just a minute, I want to say thank you. And thank you to Ginger and all the people who represent CART, Barbara and Doug, and your members who aren't here. I think to reinforce those positive values of CART is so important. And the cost is important, and I will add that it is more reasonable here. I know frequently members of our staff will come to any of us on council and ask if we know young people who would need tickets. So you give away a lot of tickets to people who can connect students or young people to the arts. And from the arts come lots of things that are so positive. I will never forget, many years ago, there was an article written about the arts, and it said, imagine a world where no visual arts. Imagine a world where there is no dance. Imagine a world where there is no music. And it's a bleak world, and we thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Fun fact, she was my third grade teacher, and she let me skip homework one night when I went to see the Nutcracker. It was late at night in Bluefield.
How fun. That's fun. I love it. Okay, next we have a forensic audit. We're on Roman numeral 7, item C, the forensic audit with UHY, and I believe they're going to join us on Zoom. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So, Council, you should have in your packet the forensic audit.
While Frank is helping us out, I just want to note that I'm pretty sure I've been paying attention to Frank while he's been doing this. Frank has replaced the device that we were going to have the Zoom meeting on, has put up a new firewall, and has connected us all while we've been going through public comments. I just want to say thank you, because I know he's fixed the voice problem on the YouTube and got us back online for the Zoom meeting. So again, I know that's not an easy task to do in the middle of a meeting. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you very much, Frank, and thank you, Jason, for recognizing his work and input. So we'll just wait for Raina. Is that who it is? Hernandez? Or I think that's, here we go. Jack. Jack, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm Rod Curry. I'm the mayor. We have the members of council. We have Laura Malo, Jan White, Jordan Bales, Rick Wood, Gary Jackson, and Seth White. And we're glad to have you tonight. Would you like to start off with...
Sorry about not being able to be there in person. I misread my calendar, and my wife was called out of town this week, so I apologize for that. You want me to just go through the report?
Please, maybe you could summarize it or whatever you think is appropriate for the council, and then we might have questions.
See if I can. Okay. I'll give you a little bit about UHY and a little bit about me personally. UHY is a national public accounting firm doing audit, tax, and consulting. Got more than 50 years experience as a firm doing government audits and consulting. And personally, my 35th year of doing nothing but local government consulting and auditing, specialized in really Virginia localities, done all creatures great and small across the Commonwealth, from Fairfax County, to the County of Roanoke, and to working now with Richlands, and any number of 2 or 3 dozen localities in between that size. With me tonight is my manager, who is the day-to-day person on the engagement, Raina Hernandez. Raina, I'll give you a minute just to give a background on yourself.
Good evening. As Jack mentioned, I'm a consulting manager with UHY. I've been here for over a year. In my prior experience, I have worked both with local cities as an internal auditor and as well as private organizations in their chief financial office doing SOX compliance related testing.
So you should have in your council packet for this evening our final report that was issued several months ago. Go through that report and we'll entertain any questions you may have at the end. I'd say that the report really falls in 3 different areas that we looked at. The first area are your controls over the reconciliation of your bank accounts. We wanted to make sure we had a good handle on how much cash you had in the bank and whether or not that cash that was in the bank was reconciled properly. The second area we looked at were significant contractual disbursements that you made, and we focused in rather quickly based on the size of the expenditures on one particular contract, and we'll go through from the findings that we have in contract administration regarding that vendor. And then the third item we looked at were payroll costs and controls that you had over your payroll accounting records. As we move into some of the observations that we have on the bank reconciliation process, we looked at all 30 or so of your, and I've moved down now to page 7 of the report that you have in front of you. We looked at every single bank account, all 30 of the bank accounts that are held at seven different financial institutions. Looked at those for the period from January 22 to May of 23. And what we observed were, it was extraordinarily difficult the way that transactions are recorded in your general ledger system to easily reconcile your bank statements. And that's because there are summary entries that are made in your general ledger, so you have multiple checks that are recorded in a lump sum, my words, on to a particular general ledger account, and it was difficult to piece together all of the different checks that made up that particular journal entry so that you could do what I call a one-for-one relationship, like we all do when we reconcile our bank accounts, where we look at, here's the check that went out, where did it get reported, here's the check that went out, where did it get reported. We also identified that there weren't real clear policies and procedures over what the bank reconciliation process should look like, who is responsible for doing it, who is responsible for reviewing it, who is responsible for making sure that any and all reconciling items on that monthly reconciliation are clear. And that we have a very strong recommendation that we implement clear policies and procedures around when it's appropriate to open a new bank account, and I will be very candid here, for a town your size, 30 bank accounts is an extraordinarily high number. There are ways of being able to make sure that any of the restrictions on your cash balances are appropriately controlled without opening a new bank account every single time something comes up. I've got some of my larger clients that are many times larger than have fewer bank accounts than you have. So we really strongly consider that we strongly recommend you look at the purpose of each of those bank accounts and shut down those bank accounts that no longer serve a valid public policy purpose once you evaluate of the bank accounts. Once you do that, this develop good policies around again. Who's going to do the bank reconciliation? Who's going to review them? When who is going to be responsible for researching and resolving any reconciling items, the bank statement, and the general ledger? That policy should include signing off as the chair, signing off as a reviewer, those will review. So you as council members inquire, if the bank rec's been done, were they done timely? We define as within 30 days of the period end. So for a bank statement to be done by the end of February, for a bank statement to be reconciled by the end of March. So that was the bank reconciliation process that we looked at. Second piece we looked at, we drew a very large sample of transactions that were vendor checks that were paid during that period. And we actually went back specifically to January 1st, 2000 through April 30th of 2023 for the vendor American Carpet Care. And at the bottom of page 8, you see the amount of disbursements that were made in 2020, 2021, 22, and 23 to American Carpet Care. And we did that through the lens of, evaluated the transactions that you conducted with them through the lens of Virginia Public Procurement Act. You're required to follow the provisions of the Virginia Public Procurement Act. Basically, it says over a certain dollar amount, go out for a request for proposal, which you did. If you go over that cap, got that contracted amount, you get a scope modification. While that contract is going on, monitor the expenditures that are being made to make sure that you don't exceed the contract value. What we found was that there was really no, my words, active contract oversight on that particular contract. The agreement was to run consecutively, as you can see on page 9, to April 30th of 22. And the town could extend the contract by one additional year up to a maximum of 3 years. We did not see any evidence that upon contract expiration at April 30th, 22, that the town had executed a contract extension, contract amendment, or anything of the sort after April 30th, 22. And we saw that there were invoices that the town received all the way up through December of 2022. Included the period after the contract expiration. We also found that there were, based on our review of invoices, that there were tasks that were requested by the town and invoiced by the vendor that were not part of the original scope of service of that contract. So again, what needed to happen there was either contract amendment should have been issued to the vendor authorizing that additional scope of service, or depending on the volume of expenditures, the town should have considered doing a request for proposal or getting an invitation for bid for that particular service because it's so far apart from what the original contract was and that Department of Care was engaged. Did see communication early in 2023 from the former interim town manager to terminate the contract, and we saw that the agreement said that cited that the ACC failed to meet considerations outlined in the agreement, and mentioned that ACC did not get you invoices until 5-6 months after the service has been rendered, making it very difficult for you to administer and approve the invoices. My counter to that would be for a vendor that is that large that you conducted business with, if you don't get an invoice following 30 days after the end of the month, you should be calling them and saying, hey, I know you did services last month, I need an invoice so I can review it. You can see that some of the janitorial services billed for dates July of 22, August of 22, September of 22, weren't invoiced or paid until a check dated the 1st of, or the 10th of January in 2023. We saw some other mowing and landscaping costs. Again, we had multiple invoices lumped together and paid in March of 2023. As we were looking at all of those invoices, a sound internal control would indicate that the person reviewing, approving the invoice, the initial somewhere or should sign off or otherwise indicate that they have authorized that invoice to be paid. And for the 46 invoices that we looked at, 12 of them did not have any evidence of sign off from the appropriate town representative authorizing those for payment. We also looked at some of the hours that you were invoiced for, noted that you were invoiced for hours in excess of 8 hours on a day, which, as far as we could tell, hadn't been authorized because the contract indicated that it was a 7-4 day, or 7:30, 4 days. So any work for that time or after that time should be authorized by a representative. What we recommend is going through all contracts, making sure that any contracts which are getting close to their contract ceiling be evaluated, whether or not the contract ceiling is going to be exceeded. If it is, do the contract modifications and such, so that you comply with the terms of the Virginia Public Procurement Act, and also make sure that there is evidence of appropriate town representative review for all invoices, the package of documentation contained to support the disbursement. Finally, in payroll, we did a pretty deep dive in comparative analysis through the various employee costs that have been paid. We looked at who the highest compensated employees were in town, looked at whether or not the hours that were being reported looked reasonable. We looked at overtime hours, whether or not they were properly supported by approvals. We checked for what we call ghost employees. Those are payments that are made ostensibly to an employee type of fraud. What we found in our testing was that it appeared that in one instance, as we were trying to recalculate gross pay, that there was a proper amount that was paid at that time. As we were looking as well, now I'm up on page 12, top of page 12, we're looking for support of cost of living increases and salary increases. We couldn't find documentation supporting the wage increases, 5 of the 40 transactions that we looked at. Similarly, we were looking at overtime. We identified 17 employees with overtime hours worked increased by 100% or more year over year, or whose overtime hours were greater than 80 hours for the previous year. Of those 17 employees that met that criteria, we couldn't locate approval for the overtime of 5 of those employees. And it was just, there didn't seem to be a lot of documentation around approval, especially approval in advance of overtime hours that were being incurred. As we were doing our testing, to make sure that there weren't any fraudulent, we paid particular attention to, especially when employees terminated, see whether or not there were payments made after employees were terminated. We did identify that there were 2 employees that received a direct deposit after their termination date that was provided by HR. I believe we were able to tell that was an appropriate payment that was made, but what it set off in our mind was looking at when those terminated employees were actually flagged in the payroll system as terminated. What I mean by that is, were they showing up as terminated employees or active employees? And we identified instances where active employees were employees who had terminated, didn't show in your payroll system's active employees. That again, processing error when an employee terminates, status needs to be changed in the employee system. Raina, I don't know if you've got, I want you to try and address number 2, where we identified 2 employees, we went through and we're looking at some of the additional documentation to identify their status.
Correct, so we did a procedure where phone calls were made to the phone number on file to just verify the existence of the employees that we reviewed. And we identified, that 2 of the employees did not have sufficient data to where they could be verified through that phone call. And so we just performed additional procedures, right, to verify their existence through any type of employee records that were kept by the town.
So we were able to satisfy that test. Okay, we did a lot to try and make sure that all the active employees, everybody we were paying checks to were actual people, which is good, because I've had that happen by payroll costs. So as we looking, I've already summarized some of these observations. What I would characterize some of the paperwork errors of doing overtime records and signing off on some of them, but not all of them. Signing off on some of them, even though the documentation didn't put a name on there. I would just characterize that as a lack of attentiveness of that review control. That is a control that town council, by extension, are relying on to ensure that all payments are proper. That evidence that they are in fact paying attention to documentation, signing off on all those transactions, authorizing very critical role. Another thing that I just found very interesting is as we compared some of the payroll records from 2020 with payroll records in 2021, noticed that there were consistent spellings of people's names. And normally I wouldn't think that a name would have changed. And it is an indicator of the overall data quality, whether or not someone is going through on a periodic basis the quality of that data to make sure that everything is consistent, makes sense, and agrees to the payroll records. And the last one that I would indicate is that we did see evidence that employee login credentials are shared with regard to payroll, and recommend for purposes of an audit trail that unique logins provided, especially for something sensitive as payroll, so there is a sufficient audit trail for any changes that may be made, so you can trace back to a particular user ID, and everyone knows that is. We did go through as sort of a final sanity check to see, as we went through the bank reconciliation process, we went through the vendor process, we went through the payroll process, we took a step back and said, are there any other unusual relationships that we really need to be looking at, either year to year or within the department, just to make sure that we didn't see any unusual increases or decreases in expenditures across the period considered. The only thing that really jumped up was a public safety expense, and that was really explained because of the implementation of the accounting standard requiring full accrual for pension and post-retiree health care. So that was our report. We did list out for you all of the bank accounts and the bank balances as of 3/31/23. We had that information that's out there. I would characterize findings in this report. I would aggregate this. There's just a lack of formal policy, lack of attention to detail for important controls, especially those review controls, whether they're over contract expiration dates, whether they are invoice approval, whether they are overtime approvals. Those are very critical controls to relentlessly execute time. We do not see, I don't want to diminish, I would call it a violation in the Public Procurement Act, because making those payments after the expiration of the contract without a valid contract in place here is a violation of the Procurement Practices Act, but anything based on the documentation that we were provided that indicated that a service was not rendered and a payment was made. Everything that we reviewed were for services that had in fact been rendered.
Oh,
That, I'll turn it over to any members of the council for questions.
thank you. First, thank you very much for your report. I know we've waited for quite some time, and we appreciate your findings, and particularly how it helps us to be a better town in the future. I'm just noted here, and I'm sure members of council might have questions, but I read this thing through, and I tried to follow you. Sometimes it was a little difficult because of the sound going in and out, but you can't help that. It's okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Great. All right. I just read this. This is a key thing. It's on page 3, and there are questions, I'm sure, but I hope all these lead to simply a better way of doing our business. Forensic accounting results and observations. The results of our testing did not identify any instances of fraud or misconduct. However, we identified areas for improvement within town processes, including, and then you go on about the various things, bank account administration, et cetera. And those are very, very important to us. And I'm sure, speak on behalf of the management and our staff and the council, we appreciate it, and we will endeavor to be by the letter in the future. That being said, thank you. We may have council people who have questions. If so, would you please let me know? Someone, Laura, do you have a question?
I have a
Laura
question.
Malo has a question.
I know I brought up as a citizen I only found 25 bank accounts, the absurd amount of bank accounts we have. Should we also have fewer banks as well, or is that pretty normal?
It's not unusual in a municipal environment to make sure that any banks that may be located in the locality have some part of the banking relationship with the town. It is not unusual, but I will say, generally speaking, the higher balances you maintain at an individual institution, the better yield you'll get, and the lower the fees, and there are all sorts of benefits for being able to consolidate banking relationships in fewer banks, but there are other, as well, economic development considerations that may be in play for maintaining multiple banks within the jurisdiction.
Thank you. And I just have one
ahead,
comment,
Laura. Yeah.
just for the public here and the people watching at home. Most of the people in the key positions when this audit was happening in real time, town manager, finance director, police chief, these positions have all changed, and we have new people in the positions. And there's one paragraph in here about, some overtime with the police chief not signing off and properly and signing off on overtime that didn't have employee names on it. This is not Chief Holt. Jason May was not here. Ronnie wasn't here, so I just wanted to point that out when this was taking place.
Thank you, Laura. Any other members of council who have questions?
I just
I have
have,
a question.
go ahead.
Jan?
Does Virginia require, each time you change financial advisors, a forensic audit?
Each time you change
Financial
advisors,
directors, financial directors.
I'm
Director
not
of
sure what you mean
Finance.
by financial advisors.
She means the director of
I'm
finance.
the director of finance.
Oh, Director of Finance, yeah, yes, there is, if you look at, I can't remember exactly which chapter it is, there is, a book, well, it's a, specifications for audits of cities, counties, and towns. The state auditor of public accounts requires that what is called a treasurer's turnover audit be done anytime either a finance director or a town treasurer, someone who is vested with those statutory financial responsibilities. Anytime that position turns over, there's supposed to be a turnover audit that is conducted, which basically provides in the report, as of the date of that turnover, here's a listing of all of the bank accounts. Here is a listing of all of the taxes receivable. Here is a listing of any, I always use the example of dog tags that may be in inventory or waiting for issuance, so that the outgoing person demonstrates they had accountability and the incoming person knows exactly what they're accountable for. So yes, there is, and I want to say it's chapter 7 of the specifications for audits, but there's an entire chapter devoted to that. And we actually use, especially around the bank account testing that we did, we used the example procedures for the turnover audit as the model for the procedures that we conducted in this engagement.
Do you
Jackie,
see?
it is chapter 5, treasurer's turnover audit.
All right, I was off by 2.
Do you see a lot of municipalities following the procedure?
It is one that is very easily missed. It is because the turnover in that position is not very common. I'm speaking to you from beautiful, you call it Lovettsville, Virginia, today, and in Loudoun County. Our treasurer had been in office until January 1 since 1989. So it is something that may not be at the forefront of a lot of localities' minds when a position like that turns over. So I don't want to put a percentage on it, but I would say it's not uncommon. But it is still our statutory requirement that the turnover audit be committed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Seth, you had a question?
Yeah, just two. First, and I'm sure Jason's already taken care of this, do people have separate credentials to log into the payroll system?
Sorry about that. So we've just gone through a payroll system upgrade. We're in the process right now. Actually, my HR director just sent out an email, I believe on Monday of this week, stating that every employee will have to have an email address and will have to have credentials to be able to log into the new payroll system. So we're not there yet. But one of the problems and one of the issues that comes from this is that we oftentimes have folks both at the water treatment facility and the wastewater treatment facility, on the streets team, on the municipal solid waste team, that they spend a large majority of their time out in the field. They don't have an office. They don't have a laptop that is assigned to them. So one of the things that we're working on right now, I actually need to speak with Frank about this tomorrow, is to be able to take an older laptop and be able to take it to the wastewater treatment facility and to the water treatment facility. That way we have laptops with printers there for them to be able to print that information out. That's been one of the issues, again, is that they just did not have that ability, and they don't log on to email all that terribly often. So we are right now working to be able to get all of their emails updated for them, to get them login credentials, and we're getting away to a place now where we're no longer providing paper invoices. So that's another piece of that process, we're trying to streamline.
Well, I think more the concerning thing would be your folks who are, and from what I gathered from this, whoever's keying in payroll, they had shared credentials. And I liken that to, if you go to, let's just say you went to Walmart. If you were a cashier at Walmart, you have a separate till than the next cashier does. And the purposes of that are, if there's money missing and you and I both logged in on the same thing and we're equally responsible, you can't they can't go back and forensically tell who did what. So that's what I wanted to make sure. Whoever's entering the payroll, that's already been taken care of.
That has been taken care of.
Okay.
And we're starting to move. Again, this is where some of the policies and procedures that were here when I came several months ago are outdated. They're old. The personnel regulations that we have, I believe, were last updated in 2018. They're old. They're out of date. This is part of our process. One of the things that you'll see on the agenda this evening is trying to clear off old work that's been around for a better part of a year. That's so that we can clear the table and then be able to start taking on some of these policies and procedures. We need to be able to have HR policies and procedures both for onboarding and for offboarding. That will eliminate the possibility of ghost employees. We have an off-boarding process based on a performance or an exit interview process so that we understand why and when and where they're leaving to go to so that we can bring that information back in so that we're better recruiters. But really, I think that this is stated in the summary. A lot of this comes down to policy, procedures, and personnel. When you talk about contract monitoring and some of the other areas that were listed on this report, you have 3 people that work in your finance department. You have a finance director, an AP person, and an AR person, accounts receivable and accounts payable. Your accounts payable person is also your clerk. And is also your contract person. And so the number of hats that many of our team members are wearing leads us to this place. And so when you don't have the people and you don't have the policies and you don't have the procedures in place, unfortunately, this is where you are. And so what I am trying to do with the help of my team is to build those policies, build those procedures, make sure that we have those things in place, and then to add personnel when and where needed so that we have the right people in the right places to be able to do the things that we need to do and make sure that we're doing it correctly and making sure that we're paying attention. The idea that we can't put names into the system correctly from one year to the next, that flies in my face in a level that I can't quite convey to you in this meeting. That's just a lack of oversight on their part. Again, from what Councilwoman Mahler said, again, those folks are no longer with the town. We have new folks. We have a new finance director. We have a new HR person that's coming on for payroll. We have a new HR system that we're installing. And I'm bringing policies and procedures in this. We're having standard operating procedures so that everyone, both from the HR director down to the new laborer that I will hire next week, understands the payroll process, the onboarding process, and the offboarding process, and what their roles and responsibilities are, and what the rest of the team's roles and responsibilities are. That's where we have to be able to get to eliminate the possibility of this happening again.
Thank you, Jason. Seth?
2 other items, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I can just add one other comment there, and I empathize with the plight of a small cadre of people that can do all that. And that's where it's all the more important to leverage across those departmental lines. So in contract administration, it doesn't all just fall on that finance function. Because quite honestly, they're not the ones that are closest to the activities that are going on in that contract. It is the department that is using that contract as part of their operation that is the closest there. So there has to be a very close collaboration between that department and accounting and finance for that effective contract administration. I don't like to diminish the role of the accounting/finance person, but we're the tail on the dog. We are at the tail end of the process, and the operating and programmatic considerations are really what should be driving the activities. The accountants come in at the back end to help you keep the debits on the left and the credits on the right, to provide that information, right? But it's the operations that's critical, and especially for contract administration, in a smaller environment, we've got fewer folks to be able to do all these and have to wear multiple hats. I would highly encourage you to developing that procedure to make sure that the contract administration is a joint effort between the department that is the actual user of that contract and someone in some accounting, and they joint manage that. It can't be one or the other. It's got to be both.
Thank you. Seth?
Yes, sir. Second thing, this is to Jason and to Ronnie. So out of these 30 accounts, just from my analysis of this, most of these things should be just consolidated into the main account, and then you just keep up with them as a line item in the budget. The reason to have a separate account makes no sense, and it just provides the opportunity for someone to do something that they shouldn't do.
Yeah.
So I think that's easily fixable. But the second piece of that was, it says like our main deposit account, it says savings. I'm assuming there's some basis for interest that we receive on that. So what I would ask you to do, and I've been asking for this for a while, I also know that we've been under this audit, so you couldn't really move things around and do that. Can you get us there's 5 CDs at the bottom of this. I'd like to see what the rates are on these, what the terms and the end dates. And then also, can you get us what the interest rate that this main savings account is paying? And anything else, any other monies that we could utilize. There's money market accounts that are paying over 5% now, and there's different things that we need to do, and we need to make sure that we're good stewards of all the money that comes into the town, and that we're getting the most that we can for that. All right, and then the third and final thing for the auditor, out of this whole report, I guess the one thing that concerned me the most was that, and I know there's been a lot of turnover in our employees, but as I read through this, there was one section where you talked about that whoever was administrating that contract, that there was someone here, an employee here, who was signing off on those invoices that were turned in months late, with no one verifying lunches and that kind of thing. Can you tell me, who is that employee that was signing off on those?
I have to go back and look, unless Raina's got that off the top of her head. We can get back to you on who signed off specifically on those.
That would be my major concern, is if we had an employee who was, signing off on things that they should have been catching. That's why I'm one concern. If you could please share that information with us.
Yep, do that.
Thank you.
Anything else, Zach?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, any other members of council? Jordan?
Sure. So I have one quick question for the auditor. On page 11 at the bottom, your testing threshold is 55,000. How did you arrive at that number? I presume the tails of the bell curve.
Yeah, I think what we did was we looked at, we sorted everybody's salaries from
Yep.
the top down to be able to achieve a good cross-section of the number of employees across departments, as well to get something from across them.
So no systematic approach?
It was a matter of judgment.
Okay.
It was not statistically based.
Okay. So that was my only question there. The other question goes back to, my main concern when I read this was the access control. Our Microsoft accounts, can we remotely wipe our machines?
I don't know that answer off the top of my head, but I
Okay.
can get that information and bring it back to you.
When we log into our computers, do we use our emails? If you went and logged in on this machine, would all of your files come up on here?
No,
Okay.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, so that's something we might, okay. That's something we might want to look at. And the other thing is, we probably need an enterprise level password manager. The number 1 password is one generally used in larger, small scale enterprise. Might be something to look at. That way we can also get rid of those remotely, and it has O authentication built in. So that was my primary concern. We definitely don't want to be sharing passwords because it's a leak and it can get out. But the remote wiping will at least make me sleep better at night.
Thank you, Jordan. Anyone else? Questions for the auditor?
Yeah, I do. Jack, I just want to thank you for, you identifying all of our, weak points and your recommendations to us, so hopefully we can move forward in the future and do a lot better.
Rick, any questions? We want to thank you, sir, again for your work, and we appreciate it. And I'm sure this council and our staff, manager and staff, will take heed of everything, all the recommendations, so we can be more careful in what we do and more appropriate in what we do, and be guardians and stewards of our finances. Thank you very much. And and we look forward to hearing from you soon. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Bye now.
All right, goodbye.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Brandon. Okay. Ten-minute recess. Need to move just a minute. Gotta hold my hand. I'll tell you, it's entirely different, but when I was a young guy, first back in Richlands, we had a full-time bookkeeper at Curry's, and she quit, or my dad moved her on, and I had to learn to keep the payroll. And it was all by hand on a long ledger sheet. Quite unique.
How you doing, man?
Doing well, and you?
Good.
Jim, how are you?
Fine, Mr. Mayor, and you?
I give my southpaw. Good to see you. Thank you, sir. Y'all ready? Ready, everybody? On my left, on my right, stand up, sit down, but don't fight. Okay, let's go. This meeting of the Richlands Town Council is now back in session. We are on Roman numeral 7, item D, paving, milling, and striping, IFB. Okay, and that is Jason May. Jason?
Good evening,
Along
Mayor.
with Ronnie and Susan. Okay.
So back in the late November, early December, we came to you and asked to cancel the previous RFP for paving. That RFP asked for paving on both Virginia Avenue, Kents Ridge, Front Street, and Second Street. We went back because of the timing that RFP was released and working to be able to redo it for January. We had a end date, I believe, of the 19th in January. We've opened those bids. We've received 2 bids, and I believe both of those bids are in your packet. It is a fairly large reduction from what we had seen earlier in the year. And what the staff recommends is to be able to go with the lowest price. And so I'm more than happy to answer any of the questions.
So Jason, I'm just reading here a summary, financial impact, town will reuse restricted fund balance, VDOT reimbursement funds for these expenses, and the recommendation, staff recommends awarding the contract to W&L. So I suppose you will accept any questions, and then we could move forward if that is the desire of council. Are there any questions?
You need that in the motion.
We would need it in a motion.
I have a question.
Yes, but there may be questions either way. Yes, Seth?
Just that, so the second bid from BizAc, it breaks down mobilization, milling, and each road. This other one just broken out. It's not broken out, but it does cover the same scope.
Yes, sir. We've reached out to W&L, and their proposal covers both Kents Ridge and Virginia Avenue.
Same as the other.
Yes, sir. You'll notice if you look at the total tonnage of asphalt from the one and compare it to the other sheet, they're almost identical. And so you'll notice it's just it's a difference in their formatting from theirs. Again, back to the policies and procedures, one of the things that we would like to be implementing is to be able to have a proposal template that would require them to be able to do this. This is just a little bit of their individuality and their individuality showing through their proposal.
It's within 50 tons. So
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
Okay, I got you.
Thank you, Seth. Thank you, Jason. Any other questions?
I have a question,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes.
On Virginia Avenue, so this covers the whole street of Virginia Avenue?
Yes, sir. It goes from the bridge that goes over the Clinch to all the way to the turn at Rec Park.
Okay, and Kent Ridge, where's
Yes.
that?
It goes all the way from where Kents Ridge turns left before going to the overpass. It goes from right there, I think it's the Valero, is the gas station right there. It runs from there all the way out to town limits on 609.
Okay. And also, we're going to try to stockpile the material from the milling as much
Yes,
as we
sir.
can?
Yes, sir. We're asking to be able to keep all of the milling from Virginia Avenue. And again, we're milling Virginia Avenue because if you've gone over and looked at that, and I believe that the young lady that was here speaking earlier, if you look at the heart or the crest of that road at this point in time, and at certain sections of that road, that crest is actually over and higher than the actual sidewalk is. And so if we were to go and not mill and just go over and pave it again, you're going to be at a place where you're going to see pavement well over where the sidewalk is. That'll start to cause some flooding issues in that area.
Thank you, Gary. Any other questions regarding this? Rick, did you want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion that we accept the lowest bid on the paving prices.
So to award the contract to W&L?
Yeah.
Okay.
Second that, Mr.
There's a
Mayor.
motion on the floor by Member Rick to award the contract to W&L. And to be clear, W&L Construction and Paving of Chilhowie. It's seconded by Seth. And is there any discussion? There's a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion on this motion?
I just want to say I'm glad that we included the milling and the painting and all that in one. We know exactly what we're going to pay, whereas before, we were a little uncertain.
Thank you, Jan. Any other questions or on this, in the discussion period?
When will the paving start?
Once we get the awarded this evening, we'll be reaching out to W&L. In the RFP, we requested that all work be completed before June 30th of this year. So I would assume right now, the asphalt plants opened last week on Thursday. That's why we got some of the potholes fixed that we were able to get fixed. I think that W&L or their asphalt probably won't start making asphalt really until mid to late March. I would assume that we're going to see paving take place in April and May. Most of these folks are going to want to jump all over this and be able to get this completed before they start to receive their larger VDOT projects. Again, that was what we were trying to do, was to find that sweet spot before some of the contractors have their VDOT contracts, and so they can be able to do our projects before they start to work on those larger projects.
Thank you.
On the contract, Laura, it says in number 1 that they will not be paving after 3/31/24.
I saw that.
They're going to do this really fast because all their VDOT contracts start in July, the new ones. Now, they still got some that was left over from last year, but they'll be trying to knock all this out because they don't want this to get in the way of that.
That's my most frequently asked question is, when are we going to pave something? So I just wanted to
Well,
put it out there.
and just to add to that, and I know it's one of the things I'm going to mention briefly in my remarks when we get to that section of the agenda. When we go through major snowstorms like we went through in January, we inevitably get very large potholes. You have moisture sitting on the roads for weeks at a time. It freezes, unfreezes, it pops all of the patching that we've done and the road construction that we've done. If we were to try to pave in the fall, we would do that all right before the winter was to happen. And so basically, we were undoing a lot of the work that we're doing. By moving to a spring paving process, not only now have we done a lot of these potholes, but now we're going to be able to come into a complete top coat all the way from Kent's Ridge, from the town limits into town, and Virginia is going to be completely milled and then repaved. So all of that work, especially on Virginia and on Kent, those are two of our more potholed roads, if you will. All of that will be cleared off, and so that will be done. And when we have our storms next year, we should have fresh, clean asphalt to be able to go after, and hopefully less potholes to be able to work with.
Thank you.
Jason, I
And
got
have a
something
question
else.
for you, Rick, on paving, is it weather sensitive? The best paving is done in warmer weather?
Yes, it is.
Okay, kind of like a roof?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I got a question, though. They put in $3,500 to mobilize. 2 moves, additional moves shall be charged at $3,500 each. Okay, what that's telling us is we've got to have anything, pipes, anything that's got to be done. We can't say, guys, you got to hold up because they'll move out on us. So let's make sure Billy and them has everything in order. And like the rings for the manholes, we need to get them in so they can just place them on and they can pave over it and it'll be smooth. from
Yes,
that
sir.
point. So-
I've already reached out to Billy to make sure that we're getting any road cuts that we need to do on that area, get that done.
Right.
We were able to get a lot of that done, because again, for the first half of January, we spent most of the first half below freezing, and then we spent the first half of February well above 50, and so we've had some water lines break and some sewer lines break. We've gotten those repaired. We're doing our very best to be able to look at both Kent's Ridge and at Virginia to make sure that we're getting as many of those road cuts as done. Believe me, I don't want to pave and go back and do a utility cut. That's the bane of my existence. You
That's
can
what
ask
always
folks in
happens.
Richmond. Yes, sir.
But
Thank you,
Are
Rick.
they
That's
any-
very wise to ask that
are
question.
there any place that we need to put road crossings in that we don't have for existing?
I'll have to look at that,
You know,
Rick.
like a 4-inch conduit
Yes,
or
sir.
something just across?
Let me double check on that, but off the top of my head, I think there may be one on Virginia, but I don't believe that there's any on Kent's Ridge. But I'll double check that, and we'll make sure that we're trying to get as much of that work done before the paving. Again, we don't have the ability to pave and then go back and repave. We want to pave once and be done with it.
Right. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Jason.
Mr. Mayor, I thought I heard
Yes,
Jason say earlier that if you also put an RFP out for Front and Second Street,
No, sir. What I'm doing right now is I'm working with VDOT to be able to see, I'd like to explore a road diet on those roads. Right now, you have 2 lanes of moving traffic and then 2 lanes of parking on that. So basically, you're paving a 4-lane highway when you go to do that. I'd like to be able to break that down to have 1 lane of moving traffic and then 1 diagonal parking lane. It'll cut the amount of paving that has to be done in half, and it gives us the ability to be able to do bump outs and be able to have larger sidewalks as part of our downtown revitalization. I actually got an email from VDOT earlier this evening to hopefully pull together in the next couple of weeks to be able to find out if they're going to be able to do that work and be able to do the engineering and design work for that. That was the push on that. I know that Front Street and Second Street both need to be paved. We're going to be doing the Front Street Bridge, hopefully in the next 6 months, be starting that. But that's where we're trying to be able to look at, is to be able to see, can we do a road diet? And then I'd like to be able to see if I can get VDOT to pay for it.
Okay.
Sounds good. Any further questions? There's a motion, and a second on the floor to award the contract to W&L. So without there being no further questions, I would ask a roll call vote, please.
Seth.
Aye.
Gary.
Yes.
Rick.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Jan.
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
It is unanimous. It carries. Thank you, council. All right, moving forward. Next on our agenda is Roman numeral 7E, a lead service line inventory grant. And we have here a staff summary. And I just want to say, I really appreciate these staff summaries. They're very helpful. Thank you. Okay, Jason?
Thank you, Mayor. We were approached back when I first got here. I think that the town had been approached a little bit before my arrival. The Clean Drinking Water folks in Abington have a grant process to be able to do a lead service line inventory grant. I've reached out to Mr. Shelton in the distribution group, and he's already started this process. He's going to be able to hopefully complete that here in the next few months, and he's going to be able to complete that with in-house labor. So our own staff are going to be able to do this. They're working with homeowners and going back and looking at records to be able to see when and where and if we have any lead lines. I don't think that we do in any way, shape, or form, and the few that we might would be from the meter into the house. This is an inventory grant. We expect this to be followed up by an installation grant where we're replacing any lead lines that we find. This particular grant is for $250,000. Again, we're going to be able to complete this using in-house or on-staff personnel, so we're not going to have to spend any of that $250,000. What I've made the recommendation in the staff report is, again, in the same vein as what we're doing with the grapple truck, take this $250,000, put this into a capital project ordinance for a jet vac truck, a vacuum truck is one of the things that Billy and his team will do when they go out and they have to either sump pump or suck out some of the blockage that they may have, or to be able to fix it, they have to have what's called a jet vac truck where they run lines in and they suck out some of the stuff. His that he has right now is almost 20 years old and it needs to be replaced. The new one is about $350,000. What we would like to be able to do is take this $250,000, put this into a capital projects ordinance, the same as a grapple truck. Then in the 25 budget, be able to put $100,000 to the side using both the water, wastewater, and distribution folks, so about $30,000 from each of them, and be able to go buy a new jet vac truck in 2025. So that's our recommendation, is to be able to use this grant opportunity to be able to buy a truck that will go in the vein of what we're getting the grant for, and to avoid future costs for the town. More than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jason.
Jason, do we have to buy a new truck?
No, we do not.
Because these trucks seem like nobody keeps them long. We do. We've kept ours forever.
Yes, sir.
But we've kind of been forced to.
Yes, sir.
But I see them on the, auction block all the time. This would buy a really great one.
Yep, and that's what we're going to investigate, is be able to look. Again, I'm saying that we take $30,000 from each of the water utilities. Right now, I'm still working through budget, so I'm not sure they've got $30,000 to be able to donate towards this. That's one of the options. My main focus is to be able to put this money to the side for the use of that, depending on what we're able to find, what we're able to see, either through auctions or through other means, and then be able to compare that with what a new one is. Again, I have a ballpark price or an estimate on what a brand new one was, but I haven't gone through the procurement process. I haven't looked at piggyback contracts that we might be able to do through the state and be able to see where those contracts are. 350 is usually, whenever I come and bring you numbers, it's generally going to be the worst case scenario, and hopefully be able to come back from that.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Rick. Jason, would you like this in a motion to accept this opportunity?
Yes, sir, I need to vote on
Okay,
this.
is there a motion to accept this opportunity for completing this project utilizing in-house personnel?
I make that motion.
Gary makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Rick makes the second. Is there any discussion on this motion to accept the staff recommendations, what we're doing? There being no discussion, I would ask our roll call vote, please.
Seth,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. All right, next, we have Roman numeral 7. We're on F, soccer MOU with Richlands High School, and that's Jason May and reviewed by Jordan. Jason or Jordan, who would like to take this?
I'll start us off. I was approached and notified that both the Tazewell County Public Schools at Richland High School and the Southwest Community College are both going to be replacing their fields this spring. Again, this is one of the things that we would like to be able to see with Rec Commission, be able to be a coordinating factor in this role. That's a goal. We're not there yet. We were notified that both of these facilities will be updating their fields, and that means that right now the soccer team for Richlands High School does not have a place to play. We currently do have an MOU with Tazewell County Public Schools for them to be able to use our facilities. What we've done is add soccer field to it, and we've added the same regulations and requirements for them. One of the things the town is going to benefit out of this is that they're going to go to the field directly to the left of Rec Park if you're looking at the front entrance, and they're going to map out a full-size soccer field on that field. That will be very helpful for us, both as a recreation center. But if we were to look at bringing soccer in as a recreation field, we would have a full-size field, and then we would be able to measure off of that 4 smaller fields, and this would put us in a place where we'd be able to do that with little to no cost on our end. So, again, more than happy to answer any questions, and if Councilman Bales wants to add anything, I'm more than
Jordan,
happy.
would you care to comment?
Sure. I mean, I won't add much to Jason. I will just pick up that we are looking at exploring. Soccer is becoming very popular. The surveying of the field will be very beneficial to us. They are going to help keep up with maintenance, and as well, they intend to use the Rec Park for concessions. So it is a win-win-win.
Okay, my only comment is I think it's a golden opportunity to be a partner with Tazewell County Public Schools and our citizens. And I know that several years ago, there was definitely talk about having a soccer field, and this helps establish the groundwork for it at minimal cost to none. Thank you.
It looks
Okay.
like the school's going to do the mowing
Yes.
on the field.
That was part of the agreement, that they will mow that during
Have
the
they
season.
ever done that before?
Nope, they have not. That
But
was
this
part of the-
agreement was signed in '22, they just never did it?
Well, no. The mowing and maintenance part is now, is added
That's
for
the
the
new
soccer
use.
field.
That's an
For
addition to
the
the
soccer
soccer
field,
field.
yes.
Previously, the MOU really dealt with Rec Park with the tennis courts and with some of the other amenities. There weren't, and Mr. Bales can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe there was the same level of maintenance required of those assets as there would be for the soccer field.
They've agreed to roll it as well. That's the other.
They're going to
big-
roll it.
Yes.
Okay.
They'll compact
That's, Seth, I'd seen that too, and I'm glad you asked it.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
It's another opportunity for us to be partners with people. Thank you. Okay, so recommendation. Okay. Is there a motion to accept this MOU with prescribed changes?
So moved.
Jordan makes the motion to accept the MOU, expanding the current relationship between Tazewell County Public Schools and the town of Richlands to include soccer. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Jan makes the second. Is there any discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, I would ask a roll call vote, please.
Seth,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Next on our agenda is Roman numeral 7, item G, propane contract. And this is staff contact, of course, it's Jason, and reviewed by Susan and Ronnie. So Jason, would you care to talk about this, please?
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things that we are looking at as a result of the forensic audit is looking at the contract management. We want to be better about that. Again, we want to learn from this process and be able to continue to improve the way that we operate as an internal organization, and especially how we work with our citizens, and to be the best stewards of citizens' taxpayer dollars. We had a contract with Heritage Propane. Heritage Propane was bought out by AmeriGas a little over 3 years ago. When AmeriGas bought out Heritage, they put all of their clients under a 3-year contract. Our 3-year contract ended in October of 2023. We are currently paying, I believe it's $4.40, almost 41 cents a gallon for propane, and we have another vendor that is local that is going to be able to give us that same propane at $1.89. They are also going to waive the hazmat fees and a couple of the other things that AmeriGas is currently charging us. Now, again, this isn't going to be groundbreaking. We're not all going to be able to retire based on this. We generally spend about $10,000 a year on propane, so that does put us right at that point from a contract position where we needed to be able to get a couple of different quotes. Those are not included in your packet, but those quotes have been gained. And again, the Clinch Valley propane is the lowest of those proposals. And so the staff recommendation is to be able to terminate our contract with AmeriGas and move to a new contract on an annual basis with Clinch Valley propane.
Are there any questions regarding this contract? And I would assume you would like this in a motion. So
Yes,
is there a
please.
motion to, well, the recommendation is to assign a new contract with Clinch Valley Propane. Do you want, you said, do you want to terminate the other contract in the motion, or two motions?
I would
Or did it
defer.
automatically terminate?
I believe I believe that the contract with AmeriGas has already gone up. We didn't renew that contract, so now we're on
I
a
just wanna be
month-to-month basis, so
clear
forgive me
what I'm doing.
for being
Okay.
complete.
No, it's okay. So do we have a motion to assign a new contract with Clinch Valley Propane?
I'll make the motion to let Jason May do whatever with the new contract and terminate the old one if he needs to, whatever he needs to do with the propane contract to sign it with Clinch Valley.
Okay. The motion is on the floor. Is there a second to this motion?
Second.
Laura makes a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mayor, I have one.
Yes?
Ron, is them, or Jason, those tanks, do they belong to AmeriGas? Will they be taking their tanks back, or?
I believe that we own those tanks, but I will double-check that before we move it. Again, I would note that Clinch Valley is offering not to charge any tank rental fees as well.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor and a second motion made by Rick and seconded by Laura to authorize the town manager to move forward with the contract for Clinch Valley Propane. Any further discussion? There being no discussion, may we have a roll call vote?
Forgive me for not knowing this date. It was one of the things that I was hoping to be able to find time today to go back and be able to get the official date. But I believe about 6 to 7 months ago, you placed pause on your water and wastewater treatment projects. You officially pushed pause on that during a meeting. In order for us to be able to move forward with these projects, we need to have a vote to unpause those projects. I have met with bond counsel, I've met with the financial advisors, we have increased the rate. We are ready to be able to move to get to construction documents. In order for Linton and Thompson and Litton to be able to begin pulling and preparing those construction documents to be able to go to the RFP process, I need to have you officially unpause that project.
Is there any question regarding wastewater construction documents upgrades?
I have one, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Is there an additional charge to T&L
No,
to
sir.
do this work?
No, not at this point in time. My understanding at this point in time is you have moved to a place where you have construction or are preparing construction documents. This from here on is project management, and we'll be able to work through that. I do not believe that this motion or any of this work would require additional fees.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, the chair would entertain a motion, I'm going to read as you have written here, to authorize the town staff to re-engage with the engineering and design firm for water and wastewater upgrade construction documents to a formal vote. Is there a motion to move forward?
So moved.
Laura makes the motion and Gary seconds. Okay, the motion is on the floor with the second. Is there any further discussion? There being no discussion, Susan, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Seth,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
Thank you, council. We're moving right along smoothly. Thank you. Next item, Roman numeral 7I, mowing for the town of Richlands. Jason, would you care to elaborate here?
So we're approaching that point in time of the season again where we're going to have to start mowing. This was something or other that I think was closing up when I came back in late October, early November. I've read many of the notes that Mr. Monday left, and I've spoke to a number of staff and trying to get caught up on this. What we are outlaying for you is the creation of a mowing team. This would be a four-man team, and that four-man team would be made up of one full-time supervisor and 3 part-time staff. Both myself and my key staff in streets believe that that four-man crew can be able to provide mowing for all of our VDOT reimbursable mowing and for all of our town mowing on a regular basis without outside assistance. It will actually be a 5-man crew, but one of those individuals will be on a tractor with a sickle pretty much 5 days a week. So they will be doing all of that. The rest of the time, the folks will be working from spot to spot to be able to do all of our mowing in our parks and rec. I believe in your packet it has a breakout both on a map showing where the VDOT reimbursable is, where the town is, and then what the town assets that we're mowing. We've looked at those, we've walked through that.
This one?
Yes, sir, that is the map. Forgive me, I think the key got cut off on that, so I apologize, but you should be able to, hopefully be able to determine some of the delta between those. What we're able to do in this particular situation, and I've also included VDOT's reimbursement allowance for urban maintenance program. For our town, we have about a 60-40% breakdown for our VDOT versus town assets. So we are mowing and doing maintenance for the majority of the time on VDOT-related roads. That's about 60% of our mowing. So when I go and buy a tractor, if that tractor costs $100,000, and it doesn't, but just making numbers up to make it a little bit easier for everybody, I can charge $60,000 towards VDOT reimbursement, and then the town will pay $40,000. What we are outlaying is a truck. We already have a trailer. We have a zero turn. We need one more zero turn and a ride behind mower and a tractor. All of this is VDOT reimbursable allowable. 60% will be paid by our VDOT reimbursement funds, and then 40% would come from your unrestricted fund balance. So I have on a high side put a note on this of about $250,000 for the equipment to be able to get started on this. $150,000 would come from VDOT. $100,000 would come from your unrestricted fund balance. Looking at what you were paying in the past, when you were working with, I believe, the contractor that was mowing last year, they were charging you on average about $2,300 to $2,400 a week to be able to mow just town assets, is my understanding. And correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm misunderstanding that. For what we're laying out here, we can mow all of town, including all of the VDOT reimbursable spaces, for about a little bit less than what you were paying to just mow your town assets. And not only that, but we can charge about 60% of that personnel cost against VDOT and be able to use our VDOT reimbursement. When you get budget, when I present budget to you in April, you're going to see that VDOT reimbursement money being used in the budget. I'm going to put that against folks' salaries. I can use that to be able to pay supervisors' salaries on, that are both doing mowing and doing streets repairs. This is a way where we can do both and. So we can use both VDOT money and town money to both enhance and improve our mowing and our streets maintenance that we do on a regular basis by using VDOT and the town's money. I know this is a little bit complicated, so I'm more than happy to answer any questions. The long and the short of it is that this gets you the assets that you need. The other piece that I wanted to make sure that I mentioned is that the truck that we are looking at buying, we are suggesting an F-550. That is a larger truck. The reason that we are doing that is because this truck will primarily be used in the spring, summer, and early fall. When we have weather, I can throw a plow on this and a salt spreader on the back of it, and I don't have to have the folks have a CDL. That improves me one more truck to be able to be running around town with both a salt spreader and a plow on this. I need to, forgive me, be able to feed two birds with one scone on a regular basis by doing this. This gets us the ability to mow, but it also has me a full-time person in the wintertime to be able to assist with the streets team and a truck to be able to do that. More than happy to answer any questions.
I have a question. Jason, make sure I understand. I think it's a great plan, and I'm glad we're going to do this in-house. Will some of these additional employees be part-time?
Yes, the 4 employees that we're talking about, only one of those would be a full-time employee.
Okay, so these people, if it's a rainy day, can you direct them to do other things?
Yes, sir, or we can send them home.
I just want to make sure they can be put to good use. We have so many things to be done.
Yes, sir.
And so they will help with vegetation control.
Yes, sir. What this does is it allows us to be as nimble as we possibly can. If I have extra work that I need, I can bring a part-time person. One of the things that I'm forecasting a little bit with the budget is I'd like to be able to buy one more municipal solid waste truck. If that can get to that point, I have 3 trucks. One of the things that we struggled with coming out of the snow was that the snow chose to be able to come on Martin Luther King holiday. And so my trash team was already behind a day. Then when Tuesday happened, we were behind 2 days. And so that was part of the struggle. If I do this, then come, next week is President's Day, it's on a Monday. If I have this in place next year, I can pull my full-time supervisor for the mowing. I can put him on a trash truck because he'll have a CDL. I can pull 2 of my part-time people because they won't be working for the summer. Now I can run a 3rd trash truck. I'm never going to be behind on trash again. I really don't want to do that. And so this allows me to avoid and it allows the citizens to avoid having to wonder what day of the week their trash is going to be picked up. If your trash gets picked up on a Monday and we're closed on Monday, we'll pick it up on Tuesday. And that's the way that we want to be able to do. I don't want to, I've made the joke on several occasions. In Richmond, we had a sustainability office, and within that sustainability office, I had one person whose sole job was to work on solar projects, because the town of Richmond had 56 of those. I don't have that level of specificity in the town of Richlands. We need to be able to do multiple things with one thing on a regular basis. This gives us that ability to do that.
One more thing. I'm so glad we're doing this because I think we'll get a great job. And we also have people working directly for the town manager and their supervisors. Thank you. Any further questions here?
Do you need a motion for this, or are
We're
you
going
just
to,
going
yeah.
to put this in?
I think we're going to.
I would need a
In the budget.
motion because I'm going to be spending both restricted and unrestricted
I'm
fund
looking for
balance.
the actual recommendation.
While they're doing that, can you explain to me how you arrived at 60%?
So we looked at all of our roads and the road miles that we have, and looking at that in comparison, it's not an exact science. This is really estimating at its heart, because what we have to understand and try to estimate is how long does it take to mow Critterville Park? And so we look at that and be able to do our best estimate on that, and then compare how long does it take to do the 4-lane over by the hospital, and how many people does it take to be able to do each of those. It's a best guess estimate, and so VDOT understands that.
Are we going to track that?
Yes, sir, we will.
Okay, cool.
Seth, to answer, I think we'll require a motion. I don't see an exact recommendation, but we can verbalize that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Seth, would you like to do that?
Sure. I put in the form of a motion to allow Jason to move forward, according to this staff summary on mowing, his action plan for purchasing equipment, advertising for the hires, whatever he needs to do.
A motion is good. Thank you. Is there a second to this motion?
Second.
And Gary has the second. Does it matter? Or does it matter to you guys? All right, Seth makes the motion. Gary has the second to move forward with the mowing plan. Is there any further discussion? Any discussion? Okay, a roll call vote, please, Susan.
Seth,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
The motion carries. Thank you. And I saw you're smiling, and I like vegetation control. All I could think of was kudzu. Thank you. Next. Okay, Roman numeral 7, item J, Oriole Street Bridge Engineering and Design. Jason May.
And I want to go ahead and apologize. This was, and this is on me, there was a misprint in your packet. The mowing, or early version of the mowing staff summary got pulled into the Oriole Street. I apologize for that. Oriole Street has been an adventure, to say the least. The last time that we pulled together, we had just finished, I believe, removing the old bridge. And so we were at the point in time where we thought that we were actually going to have to go back and be able to get another DEQ permit to be able to go into the river. Since that point in time, we've pulled together and had some multiple discussions with some folks that work in this, in both the VDOT and in the private sector. The passing on that bridge is about 8 to 10 feet. It's not a very large bridge that we need. What we can do at this point in time, originally, we looked at the anchors that are there, and it's just crushed stone that's got concrete. It's not going to be strong enough to be able to hold a bridge. And so what we have done is meet with folks from VDOT and from others. We can do a slab-on-grade bridge for this project. This will be the cheapest and easiest way of being able to do this. Basically, what we will do is we will come back and pour footers about 5 to 6 feet on either side of the crossing. That those footers will then have key guards that the folks that we want to be able to go back out with an RFP will construct and deliver a slab-on-grade bridge, which is basically just a flat bridge that we will then hire a crane to sit on our footers. That way the footers are concrete, they will be able to hold that weight that goes across that bridge. This means that we do not have to go and get a DEQ permit, and that once we go through this process, this moves pretty quick. What should be in your packet and the staff recommendation is to cancel the current RFP that you have. You were asking for engineering and design in that RFP. We don't want engineering and design at this point in time. We want engineering, design, and construction and delivery of a slab-on-grade bridge. We know that
Jason,
there.
hold on, please.
Yes, please.
You want to cancel the current RFP and go back. I'm sorry to interrupt
So
you.
you're fine. No, I want to cancel the old RFP. I think the RFP was released back in September for engineering and design. This was still, when Mr. Monday was here, the old bridge was still on this. We weren't aware of some of the things that we've become aware of over the past couple of months. At this point in time, that RFP only asked for engineering and design services. What we need at this point with the updated information and with the bridge being removed is we need engineering, design, construction, and delivery
Hold on,
of a
engineering,
slab
design,
on grade.
Construction and delivery.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And again, my sincere apologies for not getting this staff summary in the correct form.
We're fine.
But that's, if we're
Cutting
able,
post just ruins us.
if we're able to be able to go out with the RFP, we can do this around in a 2-week turnaround. We should be able to get the schematics to be able to pour and be able to build the footers ourselves with internal staff. The only external spokes that we would need is we'll need a crane operator because they'll come into town with a lowboy trailer carrying the actual bridge itself. And we'll need a crane operator to be able to pick that up, place that into place. That takes about an hour and a half for them to do that. As soon as it's put on place, we can have a paver come and pave across it, and about 45 minutes after they're done, you can have traffic. So this is an awful lot of hurry up to wait. But once we're there, we'll be able to pull the trigger on this and be able to get this moving relatively quickly. So that's what we're asking. The staff recommendation at this point in time is to cancel the former RFP that was just asking for engineering design, go back out to the street with a new RFP asking for engineering, design, construction, and delivery of a slab-on-grade bridge to be able to cover Oriole Street.
And may I ask, I think this would be better in two motions.
Yes.
So do we have a motion? I'll move forward, then we can take questions. Do we have a motion to cancel the old RFP?
I'll make that motion.
Rick makes the motion, Gary makes a second. Does everybody understand what he's saying? Is there any discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Seth,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
Thank you, council. It is unanimous. Now we need a motion to authorize the manager and staff for a new RFP for engineering, design, and delivery, engineering and delivery. Okay.
I'll make, or, go ahead, Gary. I make the motion.
Gary makes the, Rick makes the Gary makes the motion, and Rick makes the second?
I'll second it. But
Okay.
I got a question.
Yes.
We need a RFP for a crane too, because the bridge company and the crane company is going to be total different companies.
The crane service should be less than a $5,000 threshold.
Yeah.
They should be able to just call.
I'd say, you think it'd
Don't
be?
Horn have one?
Well, if it's less than 100,000,
It's an hour, it's only gonna take them an hour to crane it in place.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I'm ballparking at 10 to 20. We should be able to get a couple of different quotes online to be able to do it and then be able to move. We shouldn't have to go to the RFP. RFP is just for if it's over 100,000. And again, I don't think that the slab-on-grade bridge is probably going to be more than 100,000, but I want to make sure, as the forensic auditors just mentioned, that when we do a scope modification, I don't only want to have to do a scope modification. I just want to be able to do it the correct way from the whole way. That way we have our bases covered. And I don't ever want a forensic auditor questioning my work.
Rick, does that help you?
Yes, I'm good.
Any further questions on this motion?
Mayor, I just want to make a clarification. It was for engineering, design, construction, and delivery.
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Engineering, design, construction, and delivery. Thank you. So the motion is for engineering, design, construction, and delivery. All right. Thank you. Any further discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Seth,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Next, we have item 7, the Fletcher Bright deed, Virginia Code Section 15.2-1803. Town accepts the property. Okay, Mike, would you care to talk about this, please?
Yeah, this is a property we've talked about over the past few months. Fletcher Bright has some property over near the old Richlands Mall, is willing to convey that property over. I've been in contact with Fletcher Bright. I've seen a draft deed. I've approved the deed's form. But under Virginia Code Section 15.2-1803, there has to be a public vote for accepting of that property and to allow Jason to sign off on that deed on behalf of the town. I guess that's just a restriction that the state has, so people don't just convey their property over to the town without the town knowing.
So we need the recommendation. I'll read it. Thank you, Mike. The attorney recommends taking a public vote on the acceptance of the property as required by Virginia Code Section 15.2-1803 and allowing the town manager, Jason May, to sign the deed on behalf of the town. Is there a motion to this effect?
I'll make that motion.
Rick makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Mayor.
And Seth makes the second. There's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion on the acceptance of this property and authorizing the manager to sign the deed? There being no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please, Susan?
Seth,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. We are going to be the owner of some very nice property that has many uses which will benefit all of us, our citizens. Next, Roman numeral 8, staff
Mayor Curry,
reports.
may we take a recess before we go into
Sure.
the financial?
We have a 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving right along.
What?
Moving right along.
You gotta start with 5-minute recesses.
Will now come back into order. We are moving on to Roman numeral 8, staff reports and updates. And this will be, okay, staff reports. Monthly financial report. I'm assuming that would be none other than Mr. Ronnie Campbell.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite discussions.
Thank you, sir.
So you should have in front of you the same package that we've been working off of for several months now. I have the income statement summary, the detailed income statements by GL account, and then I did a projected and actual cash reserve balances. So we'll start off with the summary income statements, and I think, you know, we've been talking about, we've been seeing some timing in with the revenues. This month, we had some more of the real estate taxes come through. We had some more business licenses and meals tax. We also, in December, we also received the insurance proceeds for the fire truck. That was about 74 grand. And we also received into the general restricted fund balance the fourth quarter VDOT funding of 316,000. So those are what's driving most of the revenues. I would have to say on the expense side, I think we're doing a really good job at controlling expenses. I know we've been through 6 months so far. I still would err on the caution side of us, you know, running with those savings at this time, because I think there's some, you know, we generally could have some unexpected things come up in the line maintenance and areas like that. But when you look at the general fund, from a year-to-date perspective, when you're talking about the variances, permanent or timing, revenue, other taxes and fees, that's timing because we still have more of those to come in throughout the year. Personal property taxes, that's a permanent difference. The capital project that was offset with ARPA funds, that's permanent. And then, like I said, the expenses, I would still attribute that to timing. I do think we're getting close to where we are seeing some good trends, though, on the expense side. For the water treatment, year-to-date net income primarily results from lower revenues. I'm pretty much thinking that's becoming more of a permanent thing. I know we didn't adjust the water rates unless there's going to be, you know, some more increases, but it's, you know, I don't see that like on an electrical, so I think that's going to be still fairly steady as a permanent difference. On the sewer net income, we had lower revenues of about 38% to budget, and those were slightly offset with lower expenses. Revenues, that's a permanent difference. Expenses, I would still attribute that probably to timing. Water sewer line maintenance, since there is no offsetting revenues, you just have expenses are 40% of budget, and those are trending lower at this time as well. But that's definitely one of the ones I would say would, you know, you just don't know what's going to come there, depending on weather and events and age of equipment and stuff. On the electric side, we have a year-to-date net loss. 41% of budget is from lower revenues. We had a capital purchase, and then it was offset by lower expenses of 40% to budget. Probably one of the questions you may have, the 10% will fall off in February, and the sewer rate will also increase in February. So those are coming. And any questions on the income statement summary?
Wasn't that about the 10% will fall off in February?
Yes.
This month?
Yes.
Hasn't the sewer rate been?
Well, as you said, let me just clarify a little bit on that from Ronnie. What he means by it'll show up on the financial statements for February. Those went into effect in January, but again, we don't receive January's payments until February. It's the arrears process.
Any questions for Ronnie at this point? Anyone?
Sorry about that. Any questions on, or any accounts that you want me to take away to review or provide transaction detail on, happy to do that.
Any questions from council?
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Ronnie.
And the third attachment is the reserve analysis, and starting with the first, the general fund, the unreserved cash balance, it increased about 400,000 from November, and I would say that was to be expected with the lower expenses and increased revenues we received. When you look at the projected surplus, it's for the unrestricted, it's still running about 2.1 million, so no change from prior month on that. On the next page is the water department actual and projected cash balances. Did not see any changes from the November. Still holding fairly constant at that level for both actuals and projected. On the sewer, pretty much the same story as the water. Not any significant changes on the actuals or projected cash balances. As we just talked, we'll see some increases or some turnaround once we get those new rates in effect. And on the last page is the electric department, the unreserved cash balance of 2.8 million stayed the same pretty much from last month, and then the projected surplus is still only at 154,000, so no change from November on that as well. Any questions on the reserves?
Council, any questions for Ronnie? Apparently not.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie. We appreciate that very much. Okay, and thanks for all those detailed reports. We're on Roman numeral 9, attorney report. Mike?
I would ask, at this point, I've drafted an ordinance for the bulk and brush pickup. I think you all have received that. I would ask to have a first reading on this. Of course, we've had the public hearing. We can have the first reading this month, and I can do that real quick. And we'll set it for next month for a vote.
Would you do that, please?
Yep. This is ordinance number O-2024-03-01. It's Title 5, Public Works, Chapter 50, Utility Schedules and Riders, General Provisions. This is actually not an amendment. This is a creation of a new ordinance, so I've struck that out. Be it ordained by the Council of the Town of Richlands, Virginia, pursuant to Section 2.23 and 3.47 of the Town Charter, Section 51.19 of the Richlands Town Code, and Virginia Code Section 15.2-927 and 15.2-928, that the council hereby implements Section 50.16 of the Town Code regarding brush and bulk pickup. Section 50.16, brush and bulk pickup monthly fee. Subsection A, the town shall remove brush such as trimmings from trees and shrubbery at the direction of the town manager when placed upon the adjoining edge of property where the town usually picks up trash/garbage. Subsection B, the town shall remove bulk trash items at the direction of the town manager when placed upon the adjoining edge of property where the town usually picks up trash/garbage. Subsection C, a $1 fee will be implemented on any municipal garbage/trash account within the town of Richlands.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a first reading. What is your recommendation there, Mike? Just first reading?
Yeah, that would be the first reading, and then we'll set it for next month for a vote.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't have anything else.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Roman numeral 10, Town Manager Report. Jason, message boards.
So I'm going to try to run through these relatively quickly for everyone. The first up is message boards over at Oriole Street. So you all just set up a new RFP. We're looking at a timeline between the next 6 to 8 months to be able to get this project completed between the RFP process and the construction process. I hope very seriously to be able to do it faster than that, but that's the game plan that I have. I always want to overestimate when things will be done, and that way we can over-deliver. You've already spent 6 months with these message boards out at Oriole Street. You're paying about $3,200 a month, or excuse me, yes, a month to be able to rent those. So far, you've spent in just the past 6 months $19,200 to be able to do that. I'm making the recommendations that you purchase these. You can purchase these signs, the very signs that we have out there for $22,000. Again, in wanting to make sure that we're doing procurement the correct way, we've reached out and gained a couple of different quotes to be able to do that. The $22,000 for 2 message boards, well below what we're seeing on the other quotes. We're seeing close to $20,000 for each of these. These signs, street signs have new batteries entered into them, and they should have an expected lifespan of about 10 years. Those message boards will be incredibly helpful when we have Freedom Fest, when we have detours, other things, things out on the 4-lane that we need to do. It's helpful to be able to have these. And for $22,000, this is a VDOT reimbursable, so you can use your restricted fund balance to be able to do this. You don't have to use general fund dollars to be able to do it. It gives you another asset that can be used in multiple different ways. Our recommendation is to be able to move forward and purchase these.
Is there a motion to authorize the town manager to move forward with the purchase of 2 message boards?
So moved.
There's a motion on the floor and second. Gary? Laura makes the motion, Gary makes a second. Any discussion on this motion to purchase message boards?
Yeah, I've got one, Mayor. Jason, and it's a great deal because we're going to spend that, if not more.
Yes, sir.
And not have nothing. This equipment and trucks and all this, is there a service agreement policy in place for these departments to take care of this equipment?
On the equipment, yes, sir. That's one of the things I'm working on the budget right now. We're looking to be able to have some additional, there's the little things that you can plug into your cars. We're looking to be able to get an updated contract on that. That gives me the ability to be able to understand what codes any of the vehicles are throwing, the maintenance, when the oil change was, when the gas was added, what the life-to-date expenses that I've put into it. That's on the truck and on the asset side. On the signs, to be honest with you, I think there is some service that will need to be done, but I don't believe that we have a contract at this point.
It'd be like your batteries, because you
Yes, sir.
probably wouldn't have them out there, maybe, who knows, timeframe. Could be
Yes,
out
sir.
3 months, but if there's them batteries sitting on trickle chargers, it saves them.
Yes, sir.
Instead of having to buy a battery every time you pull that sign out on the street.
Yes, sir. I will make sure that we investigate and we get that, the crinkle, to be able to get that updated. We'll make sure that we do that.
Yeah, it works well.
Good point.
They're solar, just leave them out in the sun, that charges. That's what you do. They're solar.
Okay.
Like that big car. Yeah, but just leave the panel where it can go on sun. That's all you get there around there.
I will make, I can promise you, and I don't promise things very often, but I can promise you this, we will make sure that we are taking care of this equipment. I'm having some arguments with community members around our barn area and some of the surplus equipment. I see some of the results of the lack of care that we've done in the past. We want to make sure that we take care of all the equipment that we're purchasing, both from a mechanical point of view, but making sure that we have the proper place for those to be stored.
Thank you. Jason, delinquent taxes.
We didn't vote on that.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Nope.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Do we have further discussion? Being no discussion, may we have roll call vote, please? Thank you.
Seth,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
Thank you, council. The vote is unanimous. All right, moving on. Roman numeral 10, delinquent taxes.
Forgive me. At the January meeting, I believe that Mr. White or Miss Mallow had asked, and forgive me for not remembering which member of council had asked about this, the delinquent taxes. I went back, pulled notes from my predecessors, Miss Mallow, and was able to find where we were with this process. It's my understanding that the town was in process of discussions with an organization called TACS, which is the Taxing Authority Consulting Services. This group, we had a meeting with them about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I believe that they have a representative, Mr. Garrett Patton, is with us this evening. This group will walk us through the delinquent tax process. We will require some startup funds to be able to help with title search and with some of the other pieces of this process. But no point through this process will TACS take any of the current taxes owed to the town. All of their revenue is added on through the court process. And I'm sure that Mr. Patton can walk you through that. We're looking at about a $25,000 to $50,000 startup fund. That funds will be used by TACS to be able to complete part of the process, but at the end, all of that money is reimbursed. So the town does not have to pay anything on the upfront, or any of that upfront gets spent permanently and may get used, temporarily to be able to go through the process. Right now, the town, for the 5-year delinquents, we're at about 150,000. We can go back up to 20 years as a part of this process. And so I'm more than happy if you have any questions, I'm sure Mr. Patton is more than happy to answer those.
Is it Patton, P-A-T-T-O-N?
Yes, sir. That's
Mr. Patton, welcome. We're glad to have you. And you're representing your firm, Taxing
Yes, sir.
Authority
I'm
Consulting
an associate
Services.
attorney with the firm. I work out of our Lebanon, Virginia office, so I'm just right
Thank
down the
you.
road. So.
Okay, would you like to give us a report, please?
Oh, well, sure. So we do local government collections for probably, and I'm guessing here, I would say 80 to 85% of Virginia. We go, all over the border. I work out of our Southwest Virginia office, so I service most of our Southwest Virginia clients. What we're seeing more along our Southwest Virginia clients is that towns and localities are really struggling, and there's tons of tax revenue out there that you're already owed. We're just going to help you get that. Now, that 20% fee that Jason mentioned, that comes on top of the taxes that you're already owed. So you all will be getting, and we don't promise 100%. There's no way we'll ever get that. But that gets added on top of the taxes that you're already owed. Does that make sense? So you're not actually paying us anything out of pocket. When you turn a file over to us, then our fee gets added on, and it's on top of your taxes. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Now, the startup cost, I shared with Jason just our operational guidelines in PDF format. I don't know, did you distribute that to? Okay. On page 11 of that, you can see where those costs go. Now, that 25 to 50,000, that's sort of that's just our startup cost, and there's different costs to move this through the litigation process. You have initial advertisements, which are required by the code, title searches, title updates, service fees, order of publication, if that has to be ran, service fees, getting defendants served, the auction ads and all that. But those costs, when we sell a piece of property, those get paid first, even before our fee, before the taxes, before anything. So that bucket that you're filling up just keeps continuously getting replenished. Does that make sense? So, have any questions about what we do? Or?
So all the localities, just so if anyone has a question, you work with Russell County, Washington County,
City of Bristol,
Town of Lebanon.
Yep. I'm not sure that Town of Lebanon is actually a client. They just sort of piggyback on if there's anything owed to Russell County and the town has delinquent taxes, we work.
You get them too. Okay.
Same with Tazewell County is not actually a client. Town of Tazewell is. David has been really good at working with us. If there's anything that the county is owed on top of the town of Tazewell, we just sort of piggyback him in and pay his taxes out too. So.
Okay.
That's great.
Okay. So, are there any questions for Mr. Patton? Any questions?
Just need a motion to move forward?
We need a motion.
Yes, sir.
All right, Seth, you want to make a motion?
Sure. I'll put that in the form of a motion that we retain the services of TACS, Tax Authority Consulting Services, PC, to collect the delinquent taxes owed to the town of Richlands.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
I have
the question. Do you have a certain system that you follow? Do you go back to the oldest ones first?
That would be up to the locality. So, totally up to you. What we see sometimes is there may be some property which, has trees growing through the roof, which is a nuisance, and you want to push that one through really quick, and the owner's dead, and, the grandkids are in California and don't care about it anymore, so we'll just kind of sort of streamline that one through. But typically speaking, yes, we go back to the oldest. Now, the statute of limitations for real property taxes is 20 years, so we're able to go back to 2003-4 area, so. And it just depends on what the locality would want to turn over to us. You
That's
don't
real
have to go back.
property?
That is real property,
Yeah, but-
land.
Okay.
We do personal property collection. We do anything that you all charge for, we can collect. That makes sense. So.
Do you need me to amend that to go back, I'll amend my motion to go back 20 years.
Yeah, I was going to say, and then to be clear, I appreciate that. Real property is what we're hiring you for, right?
Correct, but, you can hire us for whatever. We collect
Yeah, but
on
I think we
personal
need to be
property.
specific.
We don't have to.
Well, Mayor, if I may, it sounds like Mr. Patton's saying that it's still up to the town, whatever we turn over, they'll do.
Correct.
It's not that we say anything 20 years or 10 years, go and get. It's we have to give it to them.
Okay, so it's Seth's motion as he said it, good?
Yes.
Want to be sure?
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion stands. Okay. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion?
I'm really, really happy to see this. I have pushed for this for 3 or 4 years. We have people dropping off, the people who they've served on the town council, they have been on our boards and our committees making decisions about tax increases, and people who are on that list 20 years that are dropping off every single year. So I'm really happy and hope that this passes.
I think it will. All right, any further questions? Discussion. Okay, no further discussion. Roll call vote, please.
Seth,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Mr. Patton, thank you. Do you have a card?
I do. I think I gave most of them out this evening, but
Okay.
Jason has my contact information.
Well, he can share that. He can share that. Thank you. We're good. Or maybe other members of council would like it.
I would just say, obviously, you know this, but if there's an obvious,
Thank you very much. Pleasure. Okay. Next, we have Roman numeral 10, item C, Park Security, Critterville. Jason?
All right. Park security at Critterville. I believe that this is also one that has been talked about for a few months. I think before I came, I am not the expert on the technical side of this, so I will try to do my very best to be able to answer any technical questions that you have. What we are looking at doing is running cable or fiber from our water treatment facility to the press box for the older kids of the Critterville or the Williamsfield area. That will get us Cat 5 cable to that. Then from there, we're using Wi-Fi to be able to get cameras to the younger kids area of the press box. So we'll have 2 cameras at the adult or the older kids softball field and the RYBC field. Then we will have 2 cameras at the Little League fields, both one pointing at the bathrooms, one pointing at the concession entrance on both of those fields. Then we'll have line of sight to be able to run another camera to there is a light pole. And I'm sorry, I meant to get pictures of this, but there's a light pole directly across from Critterville, from the playground area where the river is. From that pole, we will be able to have a camera looking directly at Critterville at the playground area, and then one that will look at the basketball area as well. Basketball is another area where we've had some vandalism. All of this will provide us the ability, if and when we continue to further the pedestrian greenway, to be able to continue to run cameras all the way through that. That will allow us to ensure that we have safety for our citizens that are walking down the greenway there. At this point in time, will give us the ability to have eyes on both the concession stand and the bathroom, because we had, again, additional vandalism that happened here in the past couple of weeks at that bathroom. I believe that's the 5th time, if I'm not mistaken, that they have vandalized that bathroom. We've spent more on updating that bathroom than what this camera system will cost us. And so what we're looking at, the recommendation is for the Parks Department to be able to do that. Mr. Cox has done an absolutely fantastic job of maximizing some of the revenues, and he's kept his expenses lower. He has the capacity to be able to cover this cost. It will also be able to work with our IT department. This will give us the basis to be able to start installing camera systems in important areas throughout the town. And so that's a very big step in the right direction for us. So more than happy to try to answer any questions about the project, technical questions I may need to be able to bring information back for you.
Jason, thank you very much. This is within the scope of the budget. Do you need any action on this?
No, sir. I just wanted to make you all aware of it and make sure that this is the direction that council wanted us to move into.
We definitely need it. Definitely. Thank you. Okay, next, Roman numeral 10D, CDL, travel and training.
So again, another operational thing that I just wanted to make council aware of. Right now, a CDLA driver that is on the street can probably make anywhere between $22 to $24 an hour. I'm not going to be able to pay that level from my workers to be able to have a CDL. That's going to push us to be able to grow our own, if you will. I'm not going to be able to go out on the street and be able to hire a CDL driver with multiple years' worth of experience. I won't be able to compete in the marketplace from that. What I can do is very selectively work with seasoned staff that we feel like are on the verge of being able to continue to progress as part of our team and be able to provide them the opportunity to be able to get CDLA training. When we do that, we would be paying the $4,500 up front for that training, and then be asking them to sign a clawback measure that if they leave within the 18 months immediately after they're able to obtain that CDL, that they will reimburse the town for that. Again, we're very selective in who we're picking for this. This is not going to be John that just came here 3 weeks ago. The gentleman that we have selected for this, I believe, has been with the town for 2 years. He has over 7 years in the VRS system. He's not going anywhere. He has stated in no uncertain terms he would like to work for the town of Richlands going into the future, and we would like him to be able to continue to stay with us. He's a good employee, and we want to make sure that we're furthering those. So what we're doing is just making you aware, and just wanted to be able to answer any questions, because I know that the $4,500 was on your check run, and I want to make sure that we're being completely transparent in how we're using funds.
Any questions from council?
Are you going to give, if they do get their CDL, are you going to give them a pay increase?
Yes,
as
sir,
well?
we will.
Okay, good.
You know, it's one of the things that we're working on right now is pay bands and part of this process. So, you know, if somebody goes and gets additional certification, we want to make sure that we're awarding that and rewarding that. And so that'll be, I don't think we're going to be able to get all of that into this year's budget, but that will be something that will be coming back to you probably late summer, early fall, to be able to talk about how we do pay bands and pay classifications.
That's good.
So Jason, we just need to give a nod and move
Yes, sir.
on. Thank you. We're good.
I have a question.
Yes.
It may be in here, but I'm assuming you'll limit the number of these per year.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm looking at maybe at the most doing 2. Again, we have, I believe we have 10 CDL drivers right now. We have 15 pieces of equipment. And so where this becomes a problem is when we're doing the mowing on the 4-lane. Because then I have to have a CDL driver, I have to have 2 flag guys, I have to have a number of folks that are out there, and I have to have multiple CDL drivers for that situation. It's not often that this poses a problem, but again, back to the mowing situation, we want to be able to be as nimble as we possibly can. And if I have a CDL driver that calls out right now, there are points in times where I won't be able to get work done because I don't have the people there to be able to operate the equipment in the right way.
Help you, Jan? Any other questions for Jason regarding the CDL? Okay. Moving on to Plantation Drive Stormwater.
So this is another, the theme of this month's meeting is to try to clear out some things that have been kind of hanging around the town for, if not months, years in certain situations. This, I don't know exactly when this came to the town's attention, but I believe last spring there was a conversation between a property owner in Hidden Valley and the town. The town pushed to be able to maybe update their culvert that goes underneath their house. It's my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong in this, that the gentleman was not willing to sign a document to be able to hold the town harmless going into the future for this. And so what we have done since I came is we've done a volumetric study on the stormwater that's coming down. The problem is that this gentleman, the house is at the bottom of a hill, and that hill has an awful lot of stormwater runoff. And he has a culvert that goes underneath his house. That culvert is an 8-inch culvert. Our volumetric study shows that he needs about a 24-inch culvert. Again, that is his culvert that is on his house. It is not town property. We also are not a large enough town where we require a phase 2 stormwater process. That's not our stormwater. We don't have to be able to do stormwater work unless we grow to be a town over 10,000 people. That is what the EPA states. So at this point in time, the staff recommendation, the concern is that the water is getting to the culvert, it's not being drained fast enough, and it's getting to a transformer that is an AEP transformer, again, not a town transformer. What our recommendation is from staff is to come out there with half a dump truck load of dirt and be able to create an earthen levee around the transformer. That will make sure that any stormwater runoff that gets to his property is contained where his culvert is. That culvert may not be enough to be able to handle the amount of water. It will still work. It still does it. It's just not going to do it as fast as a 24-inch culvert will. So we want to make sure that water stays there, stays away from the transformer, and it'll eventually drain through his culvert or drain into the ground the way that normal stormwater will process. My concern is that if we go onto personal property and update that personal property based upon any want or need from any citizen, we're setting a precedent for every other house in that subdivision to come and ask us to update stormwater on their property. This is not town property. It's not our stormwater. We want to make sure that we're being good stewards of the citizens and make sure that we're providing some safety there. I understand the concern of it being up against a transformer. We want to make sure that that doesn't happen. But again, it's not the town's responsibility to come onto personal property and start fixing things that are wrong with that house. But I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from council?
I've got one.
Yes, Rick.
Can we just call AEP and see if they'll move the transformer and be done with it?
I'm more than happy to do that. I don't know if
I
that's
don't
been done in the
want to
past.
Somebody's property.
I don't even-
I mean, I actually agree at one time to put him the pipe in, take care of the problem. Then when we got where he would hold us harmless, he wouldn't agree to it.
Yes, sir.
So it kind of created a problem. So the thing that I think is call AEP, see if they want to move the transformer because it's got water going in it. And if they don't, then we done all we can do.
Any other questions or thoughts?
So we just defer to Mr. May at the next meeting?
Yep, I'll come back and talk to you about what AEP has to say, and hopefully we can put this to bed.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Next, Roman numeral 10F, Chamber of Commerce dues. Jason?
Yes, at the January meeting, I believe that Ms. Mallow had a question around the Chamber of Commerce dues. We went back and looked at that. There was an addition that was added onto that bill. I believe that there is a copy of it on your staff summary. You can see down at the bottom there's a Century Club at $250. This is an add-on. I don't believe this was meant for the town of Richlands. I believe it was a misprint on their part. We did not see that, and so we wrote the check for the $750. As you can see from your staff summary, we avoided that $750 check, and we have added a $500 check that is a part of your check registry for today. Again, just wanted to make sure that we were following up with you and confirming that we had made sure that that was correct.
Thank you. Any questions for Jason? Okay. 10G, Richlands Youth Baseball Club MOU.
This one, we almost got to the place where I was hoping you would be able to vote on this evening, but we didn't quite get there. This is a follow-up to MOU, to the RAL MOU that I believe that you signed, or that you approved at the February meeting. They have taken that original MOU and put it on their letterhead, the same as what we were doing with RAL. Unfortunately, that has some of the same shortcomings that RAL's original MOU had. What we've asked, and they've agreed in principle, we just haven't gotten to the actual documents. We haven't gotten our legal friends to verify everything, is that they will make the addition that they will not just do the maintenance for everything within the fence, but also for that area immediately outside the fence. Again, part of the ability to mow at the level that we're saying that we're going to be able to do is to be able to streamline that process. When you show up and you have to get off and you have to go weed eat around and be able to go do it, that adds time to it. They're already there. They're already doing it. They've agreed to that in principle. We just need to get it onto this. The last thing that needs to be added to it is the renewal process. The same language that we have on RAL will be added to that. Again, we just wanted to make you aware of it, ask if there was any other areas that we needed to make adjustments to it before we bring this back to you in March for a final vote. So any other additions or subtractions that we need to make to the MOU, I'd love to hear today. That way we can hopefully get an MOU finalized. This would get us to a place where we have an MOU with RAL, with RYBC, with Tazewell County Public Schools. I think at that point in time, we've got a lot of our bases covered. We still have a few outstanding organizations that we need to work with, but we're again getting to a place where we're finalizing and formalizing these relationships through an MOU.
Any questions for Jason regarding the MOU with the Richlands Youth Baseball Parents Club? Okay, we'll look forward to seeing it in March. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we're now down to Roman numeral 10.
We're there.
H, office restructuring.
Got there faster than I even hoped, so good. The last thing that I wanted to mention to you is that as you come into Town Hall from the front side of Town Hall, you will notice as you turn right to come to where the bill pay station is that there are two doors along that wall. Those are offices. Those are the only two offices on that side of Town Hall that are not behind security. And so my HR person is in one of those offices and my payroll person is getting ready to go into another one of those offices. What we are suggesting is to be able to take the door that is currently on the front side of the building, move it to the back side of that office. That will allow them to open up into the main file area and be able to give them access to their offices from a secured location. That means that everybody on that side of the building is behind a coded security door. I'm going to come back to you in the budget and talk to you about the other side where Mr. Dorton and Mr. Keene and where some other staff are going to eventually be put at to be able to have another security door put up there. Again, it's been several years, but Virginia Beach was one of the things that really kind of shook an awful lot of folks in Virginia. It's one that many localities have taken heed and are putting security measures in place. This is just one for us to be able to make sure our HR and payroll person are behind security doors. Again, we'll be coming back to you in the budget to be able to talk about the other side. We want to make sure that we're providing a safe, clean working environment for all of our employees, not just Public Works, but those folks that work in Town Hall as well. And right now, I don't have security for one of my employees, and I want to make sure I remedy that.
Comment. Thank you. We all need to feel secure. Thank you. Okay, we're on to Roman numeral 11, council member reports. Laura?
I just have one quick thing tonight. As I was walking out the door to come here, a citizen gave me a call and mentioned the trash on Veterans Drive. They said that Veterans Drive has been kind of the dump area for the past couple weeks. I said I would mention it and just want to point out that I don't have a whole lot because you guys take care of everything very quickly and efficiently, and I really appreciate it.
Anything else, Laura? That's it. Okay, thank you. Jan?
I don't have anything because I was going to bring up, Mickey had come and talked to me, and I was going to bring up her issues on East 2nd Street. So she came, and I don't have anything to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Jordan?
Awesome. Just have a few shout outs to conduct. Wanted to shout out the street department. The streets look great with all the potholes filled, looking really good around town. I've got several compliments. I wanted to thank Rick for coming over and doing some consulting at the rec park in regards to parking and drainage. I wanted to shout out the Big Blue Classic basketball tournament that's occurring at the rec park at the end of the month. We should have a lot of out-of-towners coming in, so if you want to see some good basketball, come down. I also wanted to shout out the Richlands Youth Basketball League on another great season. Come out and watch your youth for March Madness starting the first week of March. That'll be the playoffs for our league. I also wanted to point out, I have talked to several business owners at this point, and all have mentioned that they want a voice. Some of our business owners don't live in town, but their livelihood is tied to the town by owning the business in the town of Richlands. I'm not sure what we can do about this. Obviously, we can't change voting laws. It is what it is. But I do think between the 7 of us up here, we could figure out a way moving forward, and I assured them that we'd work on that going forward. And that is all I have.
Thank you. Okay, Rick?
I've got a few things. I'd like to make an appointment to the Richlands Recreation Board. Scarlett May.
Okay. There's a motion. You'll make it a motion. A motion on the floor to appoint Scarlett May, who I might say is our town manager's wife, and glad to have her, to appoint her to fill a vacancy. Is it a vacancy on the Rec Commission? And is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Gary makes a second. Any discussion on this appointment? The only question, is it an unexpired term? Do you know?
It is a rolled over term, I believe, so it'll be a full term.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
believe so. Don't quote me, but I'm 85% sure.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll pull that information and have that for you at the March meeting.
Thank you. All right, so there's a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion?
I would just ask, if you talked to her about this, is something that she wants to do? Jason, you're good with that?
Yes, sir. She's very excited. She wants to build trails up above, and she's actually going to help volunteer to be able to do some programming on the upstairs of Rec Park. We're working out with, reaching out to AASC to be able to look about doing some senior activities during the day and then some youth activities during the afternoon as well.
Well, I have no issue with that then.
Thank you. All right, any other discussion? All right, there's a motion and a second on the floor. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Could I ask who did have the second? Was it Jordan?
It was Gary.
Gary.
Okay, thank you.
Rick made the motion and Gary had the second.
Sorry about that. Okay.
Thank you, Susan.
All right, Seth,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion is unanimous. Thank you, council.
Thank you.
And since we have a liaison to Scarlett, please tell her welcome. Thank you.
I will do that. Thank you.
One other thing. I
Rick?
met with Mr. May and Mr. Bales over at Rec Park on the tennis courts. When are we gonna try to get something done
Get
there?
that rolling.
Because they're having to wait an hour between games, and we can only play half the teams.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't think
The
that.
sooner the better on this.
I believe I reached out and spoke briefly with the folks from the street crew. They had a couple of things. Thursday, they were trying to get potholes, get those finished because the asphalt plant was open for the day. Friday was raining and wasn't there. I have, in preparation for this meeting, I haven't had a chance to talk to them. I know that they, if you've not had a chance, drive by the Greenway Park, they were there today yanking up all of the asphalt, and tomorrow they will get most of that remaining sidewalk and cut into that asphalt on the backside, remaining those parking spaces, but getting us to a place where it's really going to be, it's really going to look good once we get done with it and be able to get that done. I think they're finishing that up tomorrow. I will try to get them out and be able to get back in touch with everyone to be able to let you know some timelines on that. I don't think that will take much more than another week.
Yeah, I don't think it would take just a day or so to get everything that needs to be.
Yes, sir.
But that is pretty critical because it is causing, you know, these kids get to play tonight, and then you have to wait 2 or 3 days, and these kids get
Yeah.
to play. So we just don't have enough parking.
We also have soccer that I'd like to get it done before soccer because it's going to get really, really packed with two teams over there.
We will make that the top priority after we get Greenway finished up this week.
So are they gonna do more patching? That's my only other question.
Yes, I believe, I haven't had a chance to talk to them about it. I don't believe that the asphalt plant is open, has been open the past 3 days, but I think they're opening up later this week. I'll double check on that, and we'll send out some information on patching. I will tell you, just for your knowledge and for citizens' knowledge, they shoveled 16 tons of asphalt on Thursday. That's 3,200 pounds. So if you saw those gentlemen out on the street on Thursday, and if you noticed they had a large crew doing that, I've had some citizens ask why we needed as many people to be able to do that. And just to let you know, that's because we're shoveling 3,200 pounds worth of asphalt that can wear you out pretty quick. And so that's part of it. We knew that time was of the essence, so we had all hands on deck. And so we tried to get as much of that done. I think they did a fantastic job, but we know we're not done yet. And so I will get you an updated pothole plan here, hopefully by the end of this week.
Well, I'm just telling all the citizens, we're coming to get you potholes. This is going to take us a little time.
We're working.
But we are
as
after
hard
them.
as we can. I will tell you, that it was one of the things, and we're investigating the hot boxes right now. I'll tell you that Tazewell County, the town of Tazewell, Lebanon, and some of the others, they were all there at the asphalt plant picking up asphalt on Thursday. One of the struggles that we have is when we go pick up that asphalt, time's our enemy. So as soon as we show up, I mean, that asphalt's cooling. But when you have hot boxes and some of the equipment that VDOT and some of the others have, they can go and do as much or as little as they need. And they don't have to wait for the asphalt plant to be able to open. So they can go and get cold asphalt, putting in their hot box and be able to go out and be able to do that. Again, this is where we've got to be able to work smarter, not harder. And so that will be something you'll probably see in the budget discussion in the future, because it's a struggle. We're beholden to the asphalt plant, and so whenever the weather happens in January and it's still cold, we're all stuck in a similar situation where we're getting many citizens that have complaints, valid complaints, because some of those potholes were big. But we have really very, very little recourse to be able to do it. We can go put coal ash and some other things in that, but at a certain level, you're kind of just throwing money away, and you're just getting a short-term fix. The long-term fix is to have asphalt and to be able to go in and fix those. But that's where we want to get to. But we're working very hard to be able to get that done.
You're doing a good job. Thanks.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I'm done.
Thank
Can I
you,
ask
Rick.
a question, please?
Yes.
Actually, too, speaking of potholes, Fairmont Drive has a giant pothole. Full disclosure, it is not me who brought this up because it is on my way home. I actually saw Seth hit it the other day and thought he was going to pop a tire. No offense. Jordan knows. It is just a giant random one. But also, what's going on with the rec park tennis courts? I don't know.
You want to take it, Rick?
I went over and looked. We get $320 a year off the tennis courts. Money.
Who pays that?
The people that comes and plays. That's what we got last year. So what we're gonna do is use the front part, still leave the pickleball courts that they've got painted in there, and use the tennis courts for parking. Then when they wanna play pickleball, they'll just block the entrance off going in so nobody can park on it.
It'll only be overflow parking. So like those tennis courts will mostly be closed off most of the time. But when we have basketball down there, or soccer, or volleyball, it's crazy, absolutely crazy. Like you said, we have to park games out at least an hour between each other. And I mean, I don't want to go as far as say disservice of kids, but it does cut down a game you could have at night. So you've got to come down there on Saturdays, sometimes Sundays, and play your games. So you'll still be able to access the tennis courts for pickleball when most of the time. I don't foresee, just the way the season's hit, playing outdoors, I don't foresee it being a big problem. But when you have a ton of people down there, it does get. And, I mean, the neighbors around there have been complaining for years about parking.
So are the tennis courts still going to be there, or are they going away?
Yeah, they're gonna be there. They're just gonna take down a section of the fence and
For
bring
parking.
it back into the parking lot where it's smooth so people can drive out and park.
The high school no longer plays their tennis there. They now fixed up the courts at the high school, and they play back at the high school. They used to use our courts to play matches on.
I think it's a good idea. Jordan and I had talked about it last year about.
The only other option that we have would be to acquire some property over there, and I think that there's some kind of past grievance with someone 30 years ago that has nothing to do with any of us, but I don't think that we're ever going to be able to, because that would be the best thing, if we could acquire that
there's
property.
actually maybe, I don't know.
I don't know the story, that's just what I've been told.
I'm not talking about the story, future. Okay, what else?
I'm done, so it's
Okay.
Gary's turn.
Gary?
I'm good, don't have any, everything's been covered.
Okay, thank you. Seth?
You know what, I think you guys did a good job. Thank you, the meetings moved along well. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anything else? Ladies and gentlemen of the council. Okay, my report will be brief also. First off, tomorrow's Valentine's Day. Let's not forget it. It's a time to be sweet, and I want to thank Team Venture for bringing some of us treats.
Here you go, Rod, you have mine.
No, I know when I've been overlooked. All right.
I don't eat candy.
I wouldn't make a case about it. Here we go. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Next, Winter Hunting Festival is this month, and for those of you who are keeping up with it, I'm on Dr. Willis's email list along with a lot of other people. Probably some of you got this, but they're having it's basically a book study on Mingo by a guy named Jeff Barnes, who's had a best-selling book. It was scheduled for the Appalachian Art Center, and they're going to have to move it to the college's Dellinger Hall in Ratliff Commons. The time will be this coming Friday, February 16th at 7 p.m. He just asked if that be made a public announcement. So anybody who's interested in that, there's been a location change. And to that end, there was a very successful event at the Section House. Emerson Kirby came and talked to us about candle making, and I was shocked. We almost didn't have enough room. It was amazing. That's a plus. And I wanted to make note that the green space, whatever we want to call it, is coming along. And I'm glad, since we're moving ahead with this, it's going to be really green, grassy green. Thank you. And also, in my comments, I just want to mention, we all talk to the manager from time to time, and he makes it a point to make time for all of us. And I am really happy with, we all have a little vision this way and that way, but the big focus is we're together, and his vision is to keep this not only a good town, but an even greater town, and we're helping to pride. Talk to me about the town pride. And we all have it, and every effort that we're doing, everything is to restore, to increase the pride that we have. And he talked about people who live away from here, and that they're very quick to identify, I'm from Richlands. It is a point of pride. And he said this, and I'm quoting him, that big R is in their minds. And that's an important thing for us all to remember, and I think we do in everything that we do. And so I could expound on that, but I don't want to go beyond my talking time. I'm honored to be here tonight, and all of you, and I want to make us with all of you, and to make a special, I call it an open eye prayer for Amanda and her family. They're very sick with flu. I think that's right. And she could not be here tonight because it was not her best interest to be here. So we offer up all kinds of prayer for her and her family and all people. So I have finished my comments. I'm sure there's lots I would like to say, but time is running short. We are ready for an executive closed session. We have 4 things on it, shall we?
Mayor, I do have one change under C.
Yes, sir.
We've got that listed as contract discussion. We need to change that to consultation with legal counsel.
All right, so we're going to say consultation. Hang on, let me write it down. With legal counsel.
And that code section is the same, except for at the end, it's not 6, it is 8.
All right, I'm going to read that. I'm going to read everything to make sure it's correct, please. All right, so we're going into executive session for executive closed session A. It's on the agenda, and we'll have to accept that as an amendment right here and there, the best we can do. Okay. Iron Street property pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A3. Personnel pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711 3711A1, consultation of legal counsel, Teen Center pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A8, and real estate broker, Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Laura makes the motion. Is there a second? And Gary makes a second. Is there any discussion on this motion?
I just have one quick thing. I'd like to invite the board of the teen center with us. So do you guys want to stay out here for that so there's room, or will we all go in there?
Yeah, I would suggest that we do the consulting first, maybe.
Oh, and then,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, so, thank you. That's discussion. Okay, any further discussion on this motion? There may, no further discussion. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Who had the second?
Gary.
Gary.
Okay.
Laura
sorry.
made the motion, Gary had the second.
Okay, thank you. Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Thank you.
It is unanimous. We will go into our council chamber over here. Thank you. open session.
The motion.
Rick makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Laura makes a second. Is there any discussion on this motion? Jason, may we have a roll call vote, please? Seth? Gary? Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan? Laura?
Yes.
The motion carries. It is unanimous for an open session. Now, I will ask for a motion to certify that nothing was discussed in executive session other than Iron Street property pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A3, personnel pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1, consultation with attorney, teen center pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A8, real estate broker, Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6. Is there a motion to certify that nothing was discussed other than those things exactly?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second to this motion?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, I would urge each member, as you vote, you're certifying that nothing was discussed other than the code sections to which I read. Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
The motion is unanimous. We are in open session, and we have concluded our executive session. Is there any further business of the council tonight?
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Hold on, please.
Is there any motions that you need to
I just
cover
want to say,
out?
I know it's late.
Okay.
Thank you, all of you, for coming and waiting so late. And there's no reason for tension. Serving children is always a good thing. It has its headaches that are untold. Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make that motion.
Question. Do we need to deal with D?
Yeah, we do.
Well, ask Jason if he need any motions coming out of executive session.
No, let me work and I'll be back.
Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, all right, so that's a good question. So is there any further discussion on the motion to adjourn? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Meeting is adjourned. And with headaches, there's always good things. Thank you. Yes, you did.